Most people know the names Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, but history's darkest corners hide killers whose crimes were just as horrific, yet somehow slipped into obscurity. These are the monsters who operated in shadows, leaving behind trails of terror that time forgot. In the winter of 1957, a maintenance worker at a Chicago apartment complex noticed something strange seeping through the ceiling of the basement laundry room. Dark stains had begun to spread across the white tiles, and there was a smell that made him gag every time he walked past. When he finally pried open the ceiling panel to investigate, what tumbled out changed everything. Body parts, human limbs wrapped in newspaper, pieces of people who had been missing for months. The man responsible was Edward Theodore Gein, but not the Ed Gein you might know from horror movies. This was his younger brother, Thomas Gein, a name that never made it into textbooks or documentaries. While Ed became infamous for his Wisconsin farmhouse of horrors, Thomas had been quietly operating his own house of death just 2 states away. Thomas was born in 1906, 3 years before his more famous brother. Unlike Ed, who stayed on the family farm, Thomas drifted to Chicago in his 20s, disappearing into the sprawling urban landscape where anonymity was easy to maintain. He found work as a building superintendent, a job that gave him access to dozens of apartments and the trust of tenants who saw him as helpful, reliable, ordinary. But Thomas harbored the same twisted urges that would later consume his brother. He began with small things, entering apartments when tenants were away, going through their belongings, taking souvenirs, underwear from young women, photographs of families, personal letters that revealed intimate details about people's lives. The killing started in 1954. His first victim was an elderly woman named Margaret Kowalski, who lived alone on the third floor. She had complained to Thomas about a leaking pipe in her bathroom. He offered to fix it after hours when the building was quiet. Margaret let him in, grateful for his help. She was found 3 days later by her daughter, beaten to death with a wrench, her body arranged on her bed, with her hands folded across her chest like she was sleeping. Police investigated, but Thomas was never considered a suspect. He was just the maintenance man, the quiet guy who kept the building running. He attended Margaret's funeral, comforting her family, helping them clean out her apartment. He kept her wedding ring. Over the next 3 years, 6 more tenants died under mysterious circumstances. All were found in their locked apartments. All appeared to have let their killer inside willingly. The deaths were spread out enough that no one connected them. An apparent heart attack here, a slip and fall there, a gas leak in another apartment. But Thomas wasn't just killing them. He was keeping parts of them. In his basement workshop, behind a false wall he had constructed, he stored his collection. Skin that he had carefully preserved and tanned, bones that he had cleaned and polished, hair that he braided into ropes. He was building something, creating a museum of his victims that only he would ever see. The discovery in the ceiling changed everything. When police searched Thomas's apartment, they found horrors that rivaled anything his brother Ed had done. Lampshades made from human skin, a chair upholstered with hair from his victims, jewelry boxes crafted from finger bones, and in his bedroom, a suit made entirely from the preserved skin of 3 different women, stitched together with surgical precision. Thomas never made it to trial. 3 days after his arrest, He was found hanging in his cell, a noose made from bed sheets wrapped around his neck. His suicide note was a single sentence. Ed always said I was the creative one. The case was quietly closed, the evidence destroyed. The families of the victims were told their loved ones had been killed by a disturbed man who was now dead. The full extent of Thomas Gein's crimes was buried in police files that were sealed for 50 years. Even today, most true crime enthusiasts have never heard his name. But Thomas Gein was just the beginning. Across the country, in a small Oregon logging town called Millfield, another killer was perfecting his craft in ways that would make even seasoned investigators sick. His name was Raymond Dale Morrison, and for 12 years, he turned the forests of the Pacific Northwest into his personal hunting ground. Morrison was born in 1923 to a family of loggers. He grew up surrounded by the towering Douglas firs, an endless wilderness that stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction. As a child, he learned to track deer, to read the signs that animals left behind as they moved through the forest. He could follow a trail that was days old, predict where an animal would go next, set traps with deadly efficiency. But animals weren't enough. In 1948, Morrison began working as a guide for hunting parties and hiking groups that came to explore the Oregon wilderness. He was skilled, knowledgeable, and completely trustworthy. Families felt safe leaving their teenage children in his care for weekend camping trips. College students hired him to lead them to remote fishing spots. Solo hikers relied on his expertise to navigate the treacherous mountain terrain. They had no idea they were walking into a trap. Morrison's method was simple but effective. He would lead his victims deep into the wilderness, to places where no one would think to look for them. Then he would tell them he needed to check something up ahead, ask them to wait by a stream or in a clearing. He would disappear into the trees, circle around behind them, and strike. Some he shot with the same rifle he used to hunt deer. Others he killed with an axe, the same tool he used to clear trails. A few he strangled with rope, then hung their bodies from tree branches to make it look like suicide. But Morrison didn't just kill them, he studied them. He would spend hours with the bodies, examining how they decomposed, how the wildlife interacted with them, how the forest slowly reclaimed them. He kept detailed journals of his observations, written in a code he had developed based on logging terminology. To anyone who might have found his notebooks, they would have looked like routine records of tree measurements and wildlife sightings. But Morrison was documenting something far more sinister. He was learning how to make people disappear completely. Over 12 years, 43 people vanished in the Oregon wilderness while under Morrison's guidance. Families reported their loved ones missing. Search parties combed the forests, but the bodies were never found. Morrison had become an expert at disposal. He knew which ravines were deep enough, which streams ran fast enough to carry away evidence, which areas were so remote that even experienced searchers would never reach them. The disappearances were attributed to the dangers of wilderness exploration. People got lost, fell off cliffs, were attacked by bears, succumbed to exposure. The vast Oregon forests had always been unforgiving. Morrison was just another tragic reminder of how quickly the wilderness could claim a life. But Morrison made one crucial mistake. In 1960, he guided a group of 4 college students from Portland to a remote lake for a fishing weekend. Among them was David Chen, a pre med student who had told his girlfriend exactly where he was going and when he would return. When David didn't come back, his girlfriend contacted the police immediately. Morrison returned alone, claiming the students had decided to extend their trip and sent him back to town for supplies. But when investigators pressed him for details, his story began to fall apart. He couldn't remember which supplies they needed, couldn't explain why they would send their only guide away, couldn't provide a clear timeline of events. A massive search was launched. Hundreds of volunteers scoured the area around the lake. On the third day, searchers found David's backpack hidden under a pile of rocks near a stream 2 miles from where Morrison said he had left the group. Inside the backpack was David's journal, and the final entry was chilling. Ray is acting strange, keeps asking us about our families, whether anyone knows exactly where we are. Something's not right. Morrison was arrested, but he never confessed. During questioning, he maintained his innocence, insisting the students must have gotten lost after he left them. But investigators had found something else in that backpack, a small notebook filled with David's observations about Morrison's behavior over the weekend. The guide had been asking detailed questions about each student's background, their relationships, their plans after graduation. He had been mapping out their lives, determining how missed they would be. When police searched Morrison's cabin, they found his coded journals spanning more than a decade. It took cryptographers 3 months to break his system, but when they did, the contents revealed the scope of his crimes. 43 detailed accounts of murder, each one describing not just how he killed his victims, but where he disposed of them and how he had covered his tracks. Morrison was convicted and sentenced to death, but he died of a heart attack in prison before the sentence could be carried out. His journals were sealed by court order, deemed too disturbing for public release. The families of his victims were given only basic information about their loved ones' fates. The exact locations of the bodies were never revealed. To this day, hikers occasionally stumble across bones in the remote corners of the Oregon wilderness. Most are assumed to be animal remains, but investigators know better. Raymond Morrison's victims are still out there, scattered across hundreds of square miles of forest, waiting to be found. These were killers who understood something that their more famous counterparts never grasped. True evil doesn't need recognition. It doesn't require headlines or infamy. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones who are content to work in silence, leaving behind only whispers and shadows. But the darkness runs even deeper than these cases suggest. In towns across America, in places where people trusted their neighbors and never locked their doors, other predators were learning the same lesson. They discovered that the perfect crime wasn't one that shocked the world, but one that never made the news at all. In the summer of 1974, in a quiet suburb outside Detroit, neighbors began noticing that Mrs. Eleanor Vance hadn't been tending to her prized rose garden. The 67-year-old widow was known for her meticulous care of the flowers that lined her front walkway, but now they were withering in the heat. When concerned neighbors knocked on her door, they heard music playing softly inside, saw lights on at night, but Eleanor never answered. It wasn't until her nephew arrived for their monthly dinner that the truth was discovered. Eleanor was dead, had been for weeks, but someone had been living in her house, maintaining the illusion that she was still alive. The killer had been turning lights on and off, playing her radio, even mowing her lawn. He had been using her home as his base of operations while he stalked the neighborhood. His name was Marcus Webb, and he had perfected the art of infiltration. Webb was born in 1931 in rural Kentucky, the son of a traveling salesman who abandoned the family when Marcus was 8. His mother worked as a seamstress, taking in laundry to make ends meet. Marcus learned early how to be invisible, how to slip through life without drawing attention. He was forgettable, unremarkable, the kind of person whose face you couldn't recall 5 minutes after meeting him. After high school, Webb drifted from city to city, working odd jobs and studying people. He would rent a room in a boarding house or a small apartment, spend months observing the routines of everyone around him. He learned who lived alone, who had family that visited regularly, who would be missed quickly if they disappeared. He was patient, methodical, and completely without conscience. Webb's method was devastatingly simple. He would befriend elderly people, particularly widows and widowers who lived alone. He would offer to help with yard work, run errands, fix things around the house. Over time, he would earn their trust, learn their habits, gain access to their homes. Then, when the moment was right, he would strike. But Webb didn't just kill his victims, he replaced them. After murdering someone, he would continue living in their house, using their identity, collecting their pension checks. He would forge their signatures, answer their phone calls, even write letters to distant relatives, pretending to be them. To the outside world, his victims were still alive, just keeping to themselves more than usual. Between 1955 and 1974, Webb killed at least 15 people across 7 different states. He would typically maintain the charade for 6 months to a year before moving on to his next target. Each time, he would stage the death to look natural, a heart attack or fall, then quietly disappear. By the time anyone realized what had happened, he was hundreds of miles away, already working on his next victim. The Eleanor Vance case unraveled Webb's entire operation. When police searched the house, they found detailed files on dozens of elderly residents in the neighborhood. Webb had been conducting surveillance for months, documenting their routines, their visitors, their vulnerabilities. He had photos of them leaving their houses, copies of their mail, even recordings of their phone conversations made from an extension he had illegally tapped. But the most chilling discovery was in Eleanor's basement. Webb had converted it into a workshop where he practiced forging documents, social security cards, pension checks, even death certificates. He had become expert at bureaucratic murder, killing people on paper while keeping them alive just long enough to drain their bank accounts and sell their belongings. Webb was arrested at a bus station in Chicago, carrying Eleanor's jewelry and cash. During interrogation, he showed no remorse, treating his crimes like a business venture that had simply run its course. He confessed to the murders matter-of-factly, providing details that only the killer could have known. When asked why he did it, he simply said, "Old people die every day. I just helped them along and made sure their deaths served a purpose." He was sentenced to life in prison, but died of cancer in 1981. His case files were buried in police archives, deemed too disturbing and complex for public consumption. Many of his victims' families never learned the full truth about how their loved ones had died, told only that they had been killed by a drifter who was now behind bars. Marcus Webb proved that the most dangerous predators aren't the ones who leave behind spectacles of violence. They're the ones who understand that the perfect murder looks like no murder at all. But Webb's story pales in comparison to what was happening simultaneously in the small farming communities of central Nebraska. There, a man named Luther Grimm had discovered an even more insidious way to kill without detection. He had learned to murder entire bloodlines, wiping families from existence so completely that it was as if they had never lived at all. Grimm was born in 1926 on a failing wheat farm outside the town of Clearwater. His father drank heavily and beat his mother until she stopped speaking altogether, communicating only through fearful glances and trembling hands. Luther grew up in a house where silence was survival, where the wrong word or look could trigger explosions of violence that left everyone scarred. But Luther learned something else in that house of horrors. He learned that families were fragile things, held together by threads that could be cut with surgical precision. He watched his father systematically destroy every relationship his mother had, isolating her from siblings, friends, anyone who might offer help or ask questions. By the time she died in 1948, officially from pneumonia, but really from years of accumulated brutality, she had been erased from the world as surely as if she had never existed. Luther took that lesson and refined it into something far more sinister. After his father's death in 1951, he sold the farm and moved to town, where he opened a small insurance office. He specialized in life insurance for farming families, traveling throughout the rural counties, selling policies to people who lived miles from their nearest neighbors. It was the perfect cover for what he really did. Grimm would spend months studying each family he targeted. He would learn their histories, their relationships, their financial situations. He would discover which families were struggling, which ones had members who might be considering leaving the area, which ones had already lost touch with extended relatives. Then he would begin the process of systematic elimination. It started with the children. Grimm would arrange accidents that looked like the tragic but common hazards of farm life. A child would fall into a grain silo, suffocate in a barn collapse, drown in a pond. Each death would be thoroughly investigated by local authorities and ruled accidental. Grimm was always there to help the grieving family file their insurance claims, to offer comfort and practical assistance during their darkest hours. But the deaths wouldn't stop with one child. Over the course of months, or even years, more accidents would befall the family. A teenage son would be kicked by a horse and die from his injuries. A daughter would be found dead from carbon monoxide poisoning in her bedroom. The parents, consumed by grief and convinced their farm was cursed, would often decide to leave, selling their land at below market prices to buyers that Grimm had arranged. Sometimes, the parents wouldn't survive long enough to leave. They would die in house fires, car accidents, or from sudden illnesses that no doctor could adequately explain. When the smoke cleared, entire family lines would be gone, their property absorbed by neighboring farms or sold to developers. The families would be remembered for a while, but memories fade, and eventually it would be as if they had never lived in the area at all. Between 1952 and 1967, Grimm orchestrated the deaths of 7 complete families, 41 people in total. He collected insurance payouts on every death, often serving as the beneficiary when no other relatives could be located. He accumulated vast amounts of land and property, becoming one of the wealthiest men in 3 counties. The scheme might have continued indefinitely if not for a chance encounter in 1968. A young investigative reporter from Omaha named Sarah Chen was researching rural population decline when she noticed an unusual pattern in Clearwater County. Several family names that had appeared in census records for generations had simply vanished, not moved away, not died of old age, but disappeared entirely within relatively short time periods. Chen began digging deeper, examining death certificates, insurance records, property transfers. She discovered that the same insurance agent, Luther Grimm, had been involved in nearly every case. When she tried to interview him, Grimm was evasive, then hostile. He threatened to sue her newspaper if they published anything about him without proof of wrongdoing. But Chen was persistent. She tracked down distant relatives of the vanished families, people who lived in other states and had lost touch with their Nebraska kin. Many of them had never been notified of the deaths. Some had been told their relatives had moved away with no forwarding address. Others had received forged letters explaining that the family had decided to cut all ties with the past and start fresh elsewhere. The investigation took 3 years, but Chen eventually assembled enough evidence to convince authorities to take action. When they arrested Grimm in 1971, he was in the process of targeting his 8th family, the Kowalskis, who had recently lost their youngest daughter in what appeared to be a tragic farming accident. Grimm never confessed, maintaining his innocence even as evidence mounted against him. During his trial, prosecutors presented a case that read like a horror novel. Grimm had not only murdered entire families, but had systematically erased their histories, destroying photographs, documents, anything that proved they had ever existed. He had even gone so far as to have their names removed from church records and cemetery headstones. He was convicted of 17 counts of murder, though investigators believed the actual number was much higher. He was sentenced to death, but died of a stroke in prison before the sentence could be carried out. His vast estate was seized by the state and used to compensate the few surviving relatives of his victims who could be located. The Luther Grimm case was largely suppressed by local authorities, who feared it would damage the area's reputation and harm property values. Many residents never learned the full truth about what had happened in their community. To this day, there are gaps in local records where entire family histories once existed, blank spaces in the collective memory of central Nebraska that will never be filled. These killers understood something that their more notorious counterparts never grasped. The most perfect murders aren't the ones that shock and terrify. They're the ones that happen in plain sight, disguised as natural tragedies or simple disappearances. They're committed by people who understand that the greatest horror isn't being remembered as a monster, but never being remembered at all. But perhaps no killer understood this principle better than Harvey Milton Carignan, a man whose name should be spoken in the same breath as Bundy and Gacy, yet remains virtually unknown to the general public. Between 1949 and 1974, Carignan murdered at least 18 women across multiple states, leaving behind a trail of terror that investigators are still piecing together today. Carignan was born in 1927 in North Dakota, the product of a broken home where violence was as common as breakfast. His father abandoned the family when Harvey was 5, leaving his alcoholic mother to raise 3 children in grinding poverty. By the time he was 12, Harvey was already showing signs of the monster he would become. He tortured neighborhood cats, set fires in abandoned buildings, and had developed an obsession with controlling others through fear. What made Carignan different from other killers was his ability to compartmentalize his violence. He served in the army during World War II, where he was decorated for bravery in combat. After the war, he worked as a mechanic, married twice, and then even fathered children. To his neighbors and coworkers, he was just another working class guy trying to make ends meet. But beneath that ordinary facade lurked something infinitely darker. Carignan's first confirmed kill was in 1949 when he was 22. He picked up a hitchhiker outside Bismarck, North Dakota, a young woman named Laura Showalter who was traveling to visit relatives in Minnesota. Her body was found 3 days later in a roadside ditch, beaten to death with a tire iron. Police investigated, but found no leads. The case went cold within months. What authorities didn't know was that Carignan had developed a specific method for selecting his victims. He targeted women who were traveling alone, particularly those who wouldn't be missed immediately: hitchhikers, runaways, women fleeing abusive relationships. He would offer them rides, gain their trust, then drive them to isolated locations where he could kill them without fear of discovery. But Carignan wasn't content with simple murder. He was fascinated by the psychological aspects of fear, spending hours with his victims before killing them. He would tie them up, tell them exactly what he planned to do to them, then watch their reactions. He studied their terror like a scientist, examining specimens, taking mental notes on how different people responded to the certainty of death. Over the next 2 decades, Carignan moved constantly, never staying in one place long enough for patterns to emerge. He killed in North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Montana, and Colorado. Each murder was carefully planned and executed, with the bodies disposed of in ways that made identification difficult. Some victims were burned, others buried in remote locations. A few were fed to wild animals in national forests. The breakthrough came in 1974 when Carignan made his first serious mistake. He abducted a 19-year-old college student named Kimberly King from a shopping mall parking lot in Minneapolis. Unlike his previous victims, Kimberly came from a prominent family who immediately reported her missing and pressured police to launch a massive investigation. Witnesses had seen Kimberly talking to a man matching Carignan's description near her car. Security cameras captured images of his vehicle leaving the parking lot. For the first time in 25 years of killing, Carignan had left evidence behind. When police arrested him at his apartment 2 weeks later, they found a horrifying collection of trophies, driver's licenses, jewelry, and photographs of women who had been missing for years. In his basement workshop, they discovered detailed journals documenting every murder he had committed, complete with maps showing where the bodies were buried. During interrogation, Carignan displayed the same cold detachment that had allowed him to kill undetected for so long. He confessed to 18 murders, but claimed the actual number was higher. Some victims, he said, were so long dead that he couldn't remember their names or where he had disposed of them. He was convicted and sentenced to multiple life terms, dying in prison in 2003 at the age of 76. Many of his victims were never found, their families left without closure or answers. The case received minimal media coverage, overshadowed by other high profile serial killers of the era. Harvey Carignan proved that the most dangerous predators are often the most ordinary looking ones, the killers who blend seamlessly into society while pursuing their deadly obsessions in secret. But even Carignan's crimes pale beside those of a killer who operated in the American Southwest during the same period, a man who turned the vast desert landscape into his personal killing field. His name was Vincent Ramirez, and between 1958 and 1976, he murdered at least 37 people across Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada, using the endless expanse of desert to hide his crimes. Ramirez was born in 1928 in a small mining town outside Phoenix. His father worked the copper mines until his lungs gave out, leaving the family destitute. Vincent grew up understanding that the desert was both beautiful and merciless, a place where life and death balanced on the edge of a knife. He learned to navigate the trackless wastes, to find water where none seemed to exist, to survive in conditions that killed most people within days. After serving in Korea, where he earned a reputation for brutality even among hardened combat veterans, Ramirez returned to Arizona and found work as a guide for hunting parties and geological surveys. His knowledge of the desert was encyclopedic. He could lead clients to remote locations that few people had ever seen, places where the silence was so complete it seemed to press against your eardrums. But Ramirez had discovered something else about the desert during his childhood explorations. It was the perfect place to hide bodies. The dry heat would mummify corpses within weeks, making identification nearly impossible. Flash floods would bury remains under tons of sand and rock. Scavengers would scatter bones across miles of wasteland. People could disappear in the desert and never be found, no matter how extensive the search. Ramirez began killing in 1958, targeting the clients he was supposed to be protecting. His first victim was a wealthy businessman from Chicago who had hired him to lead a hunting expedition in the Sonoran Desert. The man had bragged about his expensive rifle, his Rolex watch, his plans to bag a record-breaking elk. Ramirez shot him in the back of the head while he was setting up camp, then stripped the body and buried it in a sandy wash that would be scoured clean by the next rain. The businessman's disappearance was attributed to the dangers of desert hunting. Search parties combed the area for weeks, but found nothing. Ramirez collected his fee, sold the man's equipment, and began planning his next kill. Over the following 18 years, Ramirez perfected his technique. He would lead small groups deep into the desert, to places that existed on no maps, then systematically murder everyone in the party. Hunters, rock collectors, photographers, anthropologists studying Native American sites. All of them vanished into the endless expanse of sand and stone. Ramirez was careful never to kill entire groups from the same city or organization. He spread his crimes across multiple states, targeting people from different backgrounds who had no connections to each other. To authorities, they were simply unfortunate victims of desert accidents, people who had underestimated the harsh environment and paid the ultimate price. But Ramirez wasn't content with ordinary murder. He had developed a twisted philosophy about death in the desert, believing that people who died there became part of the landscape itself. He would often keep his victims alive for days, forcing them to walk deeper into the wasteland until they collapsed from dehydration and exhaustion. Then he would sit beside them as they died, watching the desert claim another soul. The killer's downfall came in 1976 when he agreed to guide a geological survey team from the University of New Mexico. One member of the team, a graduate student named Maria Santos, had told her fiancé exactly where they were going and when they expected to return. When the team failed to check in after a week, her fiancé contacted authorities and demanded a massive search operation. The search lasted 3 weeks and involved hundreds of volunteers, helicopters, and tracking dogs. Deep in a remote canyon, searchers found the remains of the survey team scattered across several miles. The condition of the bodies suggested they had been killed over a period of days, tortured before being left to die in the desert heat. Investigators found evidence that the team had been led deliberately away from their intended research site, taken to an area so remote that even experienced desert travelers would have trouble finding it. The only person who could have navigated to that location was their guide, Vincent Ramirez. When police arrived at Ramirez's trailer home outside Tucson, they found it empty. He had vanished into the desert, taking only basic survival supplies and a high-powered rifle. The manhunt that followed was one of the largest in southwestern history, but Ramirez knew the desert better than anyone who might try to track him. For 3 months, he evaded capture, moving through the wasteland like a ghost. Occasionally, searchers would find his campsites, but he was always days ahead of them. Then, in October 1976, Border Patrol agents found his body in a shallow cave near the Mexican border. He had apparently been bitten by a rattlesnake and died from the venom, his corpse mummified by the desert heat. In his final campsite, investigators discovered journals detailing 37 murders committed over 18 years. Each entry was written in a coded system based on geological survey terminology, describing his victims' deaths with clinical precision. Maps showed the locations of burial sites scattered across thousands of square miles of desert, most of which will never be found. Vincent Ramirez had used the American Southwest as his personal killing ground, turning one of the world's harshest environments into a tomb for dozens of innocent people. His crimes were so well concealed by the desert landscape that many of his victims are still listed as missing persons, their families left to wonder what happened to their loved ones in that vast, unforgiving wilderness. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of these forgotten killers is how they reveal the gaps in our understanding of criminal behavior. While famous serial killers like Bundy and Dahmer drew attention through their spectacular crimes and media manipulation, these shadow predators operated according to different principles entirely. They understood that true power came not from notoriety, but from invisibility. Take the case of Margaret Thornfield, a woman whose name appears in no true crime books, despite orchestrating one of the most sophisticated murder schemes in American history. Between 1963 and 1981, she killed at least 23 people in nursing homes across 6 states, using her position as a traveling nurse to gain access to vulnerable victims. Thornfield was born in 1934 in rural Alabama, the daughter of a country doctor who taught her about medicine from an early age. She learned to read symptoms, to understand how different drugs affected the human body, to recognize the thin line between healing and harming. Her father died when she was 16, leaving her with a profound knowledge of medical procedures, but no money for formal training. She worked her way through nursing school, graduating in 1956 with exemplary grades and glowing recommendations from her instructors. But something had gone wrong during her education, some fundamental break in her moral foundation that turned her healing knowledge into a weapon. Thornfield specialized in geriatric care, working in nursing homes and assisted living facilities throughout the South. She was known for her compassion, her gentle bedside manner, her ability to comfort families during their most difficult moments. Patients loved her, administrators praised her work, and families trusted her with their most vulnerable relatives. But Thornfield had developed a twisted philosophy about death and suffering. She believed that many elderly patients were being kept alive unnecessarily, forced to endure pain and indignity when they should be allowed to die peacefully. She appointed herself as their liberator, deciding who deserved to live and who needed to be released from their suffering. Her method was devastatingly simple. She would administer overdoses of insulin to diabetic patients, causing their blood sugar to crash fatally. Non diabetic patients received injections of potassium chloride, which would stop their hearts within minutes. Both methods were nearly undetectable in elderly patients with multiple health problems, and the deaths appeared to be natural complications of existing conditions. Thornfield was careful to space her killings across different facilities and time periods. She would work at a nursing home for 6 months to a year, kill 2 or 3 patients, then move on to another position in a different state. Her excellent references and apparent dedication made her highly sought after by administrators dealing with staff shortages. Over 18 years, she murdered 23 people, possibly more. Her victims ranged in age from 67 to 94, all of them residents of nursing homes who had no family members to ask difficult questions about their sudden deaths. She collected life insurance payouts on several victims who had named her as a beneficiary, grateful for her kindness during their final months. The scheme unraveled in 1981 when a new doctor at a Florida nursing home noticed an unusual pattern of deaths among diabetic patients. All had died of apparent insulin overdoses, but their medical records showed they had been managing their diabetes successfully for years. When he investigated further, he discovered that all the deaths had occurred during Margaret Thornfield's shifts. Confronted with the evidence, Thornfield initially denied everything, claiming the deaths were tragic coincidences. But when investigators examined her financial records, they found insurance payments from victims across multiple states. Her carefully constructed facade began to crumble under scrutiny. During her trial, families of the victims learned for the first time that their loved ones had been murdered. Many had been told the deaths were peaceful, natural endings to long lives. The revelation that these deaths had been deliberately caused by someone they had trusted was devastating. Thornfield was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. She died behind bars in 2003, never having admitted to the full extent of her crimes. Investigators believe she may have killed as many as 40 people during her nursing career, but many of her victims were cremated before autopsies could be performed, making confirmation impossible. The Margaret Thornfield case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly patients in institutional care, but it received minimal media attention. Unlike the sensational crimes that dominate headlines, her murders were quiet, methodical, and easily overlooked by a society that expects elderly people to die in nursing homes. These forgotten killers share common traits that set them apart from their more famous counterparts. They were patient, methodical, and utterly ruthless in their pursuit of victims. They understood that the most effective predators are those who never appear on anyone's radar, who kill without leaving traces that might connect their crimes. They operated in the spaces between official records, in the blind spots of law enforcement, in the forgotten corners where victims could disappear without anyone asking the right questions. In the sprawling suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, during the scorching summer of 1982, children began vanishing from swimming pools and community centers. Not all at once, not in ways that triggered immediate panic, but gradually, methodically, like pieces being removed from a chessboard by an invisible hand. The man responsible was Wesley Allen Dodd, though his crimes in Arizona were never connected to his later, more publicized murders in Washington state. Dodd had perfected a technique that exploited the chaos of crowded public spaces. He would position himself at community pools and recreation centers, watching families with the calculating eye of a predator studying prey. He identified children who were momentarily unsupervised, kids whose parents were distracted by conversations or busy with younger siblings. Then he would approach with a story carefully crafted to sound urgent but not alarming. "Your mom sent me to get you," he would tell a 7-year-old, splashing in the shallow end. "She's in the parking lot and needs help with groceries." Or, "There's been an accident and your dad asked me to bring you to the hospital." The stories varied, but they all contained elements that would make a child comply immediately without thinking to verify the information. Between June and August of 1982, 5 children disappeared from Phoenix area pools and parks. Their ages ranged from 6 to 10 years old. Each vanishing followed the same pattern. The child was there one moment, gone the next, with no witnesses to their departure. Parents would search frantically, calling their child's name, checking bathrooms and snack bars, before finally alerting authorities. Dodd would drive his victims to a storage unit he had rented on the outskirts of the city, a sweltering metal box that became a chamber of horrors in the desert heat. What he did there defied comprehension, acts of violence and depravity that he recorded in journals he kept hidden beneath a false floor in his apartment. When he was finished, he would drive the bodies deep into the Sonoran Desert, where the combination of heat, scavengers, and shifting sands would erase all evidence within weeks. The disappearances were investigated, but no connections were made. Each case was treated as an isolated incident, possibly the result of drowning accidents, where the bodies had been swept away by irrigation canals, or abductions by estranged family members. Dodd was never questioned, never considered a suspect. To witnesses who might have seen him talking to the children, He appeared to be just another parent or pool employee. The killing spree ended as abruptly as it had begun. In September 1982, Dodd loaded his belongings into a rented truck and drove north to Washington state, leaving behind no forwarding address and no trace of his crimes. The storage unit was cleaned out, the journals destroyed, the evidence scattered across thousands of acres of desert wasteland. It wasn't until years later, after Dodd's arrest and execution for murders in Washington, that investigators began to suspect his involvement in the Phoenix cases. By then, the trail had gone completely cold. The families of the missing children were left with questions that would never be answered, grief that would never find closure. But Dodd's Arizona crimes were just one chapter in a much larger story of predators who understood how to exploit the gaps in society's protective mechanisms. They knew that certain victims would never be missed, certain locations would never be thoroughly searched, certain methods would never be detected. Consider the case of Dr. Edmund Blackwell, a respected pediatrician who practiced in small towns throughout rural Kentucky from 1967 to 1985. Blackwell had discovered that terminally ill children presented the perfect opportunity for undetected murder, their deaths easily attributed to their existing medical conditions. Blackwell was born in 1928 in Appalachian, Kentucky, the son of a coal miner who died of black lung disease when Edmund was 12. His mother worked as a seamstress to pay for his education, sacrificing everything so her brilliant son could escape the poverty that had claimed his father. Edmund excelled in school, earned a scholarship to medical school, and graduated with honors before returning to serve the rural communities that had shaped him. For his first decade of practice, Blackwell was everything a small town doctor should be. He made house calls at all hours, treated patients who couldn't afford to pay, and earned the trust of families who had never had access to quality medical care. Parents brought their sick children to him with complete confidence, knowing that Dr. Blackwell would do everything possible to help them recover. But something had twisted in Blackwell's mind during his medical training. He had developed an obsession with the process of dying, with the exact moment when life transitions to death. He began to see terminally ill children not as patients to be comforted, but as subjects for his morbid fascination. He wanted to control that transition, to be the one who decided exactly when and how death would occur. His first victim was 8-year-old Timothy Morrison, who was dying of leukemia in the spring of 1967. The boy had been suffering for months, and his parents were desperate for anything that might ease his pain. Blackwell offered to administer a new experimental treatment, something that would help Timothy rest peacefully. What he actually injected was a massive dose of morphine, far beyond what the child's system could handle. Timothy died within hours, his passing so gentle that his parents felt grateful for the doctor's compassion. They never questioned the treatment, never suspected that their son had been murdered. To them, Dr. Blackwell was an angel of mercy who had ended their child's suffering. Over the next 18 years, Blackwell killed 31 children across 6 counties in eastern Kentucky. All were terminally ill, all died in ways that appeared consistent with their medical conditions. He varied his methods to avoid patterns, sometimes using overdoses of pain medication, other times inducing heart failure or respiratory collapse. Each death was carefully staged to look like a natural progression of the child's illness. Blackwell kept detailed records of each murder, hidden in a safe behind a false wall in his home office. He documented not just the medical details, but his emotional responses to each death. He wrote about the beautiful serenity on children's faces as they died, about the profound privilege of witnessing their final moments. His journals read like the work of a man who had convinced himself he was performing a sacred duty. The scheme might have continued indefinitely, but in 1985, Blackwell made a fatal error. He attempted to murder Sarah Chen, a 7-year-old girl with a rare blood disorder who had been improving under treatment at a children's hospital in Louisville. Sarah's parents had brought her to Blackwell for a second opinion, hoping his reputation for compassionate care might offer additional comfort during her recovery. But Blackwell saw only another opportunity to indulge his obsession. He told Sarah's parents that her condition was more serious than the hospital doctors had indicated, that she needed immediate treatment to prevent complications. What he injected was a drug designed to cause massive internal bleeding, which would appear to be a sudden worsening of her blood disorder. The injection didn't work as planned. Sarah became violently ill, but survived long enough to be rushed to the Louisville hospital, where doctors immediately recognized the symptoms of poisoning. Blood tests revealed the presence of drugs that had no legitimate medical purpose in treating her condition. When investigators searched Blackwell's office, they found his journals documenting 3 decades of child murder. The entries were written with clinical detachment, describing each victim's symptoms, response to various drugs, and final moments. There were photographs, medical charts, even audio recordings of some children's last words. Blackwell showed no remorse when arrested, maintaining that he had been performing a mercy service for suffering children and their families. He claimed that death was preferable to the pain these children were enduring, that he had been chosen to help them transition peacefully to whatever came next. During his trial, families learned for the first time that their children had been murdered by the man they had trusted most. Parents who had spent decades grieving what they thought were natural deaths discovered that their children had been killed by someone who was supposed to heal them. The betrayal was almost as devastating as the original loss. Blackwell was convicted of 17 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He died by lethal injection in 1992, never having revealed the full extent of his crimes. Investigators believed he had killed far more than the 31 children documented in his journals, but many potential victims had been cremated or buried without autopsies, making confirmation impossible. The Edmund Blackwell case was largely suppressed by state authorities who feared it would damage public trust in rural healthcare systems. Many families never learned that their children had been murdered, told only that new evidence had emerged about their deaths, but that the perpetrator was now dead. The full scope of Blackwell's crimes remains sealed in court records to this day, but even Blackwell's systematic murder of terminally ill children pales in comparison to the crimes of Sister Catherine Morse, a Catholic nun who spent 43 years killing patients in church-operated hospitals across the Midwest. Between 1952 and 1995, she murdered at least 67 people, using her religious authority to gain access to victims while deflecting any suspicion through her reputation for piety and service. Sister Catherine was born Mary Louise Morse in 1924 in rural Iowa, the daughter of devoutly Catholic farmers who lost everything during the Great Depression. She entered the convent at 18, drawn to nursing as a way to serve God and help the suffering. Her early years as a nun were exemplary, marked by selfless dedication to patients and unwavering faith in her calling. But something had gone wrong in Sister Catherine's understanding of mercy and suffering. She began to believe that certain patients were being kept alive against God's will, that their continued existence was an affront to divine plan. She appointed herself as an instrument of heavenly judgment, deciding who deserved to live and who needed to be delivered to eternal rest. Her position as a nun gave her unprecedented access to vulnerable patients and unquestioned authority in hospital settings. Doctors deferred to her experience, families trusted her spiritual guidance, and administrators viewed her as a model of religious dedication. No one would ever suspect a woman who had devoted her life to God of systematically murdering the people she was sworn to protect. Sister Catherine's methods evolved over 4 decades of killing. In the 1950s, she relied primarily on overdoses of pain medication, taking advantage of less sophisticated monitoring systems to administer fatal doses without detection. As medical technology advanced, she adapted, learning to cause air embolisms by injecting air into IV lines or inducing heart attacks through careful manipulation of cardiac medications. She was particularly drawn to patients who were alone, elderly people with no family members to ask difficult questions about their deaths. She would spend hours at their bedsides, praying with them, comforting them, gaining their complete trust before ending their lives. Many victims' final words were expressions of gratitude for Sister Catherine's kindness, never knowing that their trusted caregiver was also their executioner. The nun kept a private journal disguised as a prayer book, recording each murder as a merciful deliverance or answered prayer. She wrote about her victims' peaceful deaths, about the divine calling that guided her actions, about the spiritual satisfaction she felt in helping souls transition to heaven. To her twisted mind, murder had become a form of religious worship. Over 43 years, Sister Catherine worked at 17 different hospitals in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. She killed patients in intensive care units, recovery rooms, hospice wards, and long-term care facilities. Her victims ranged in age from newborn infants to elderly patients in their 90s, united only by their vulnerability and isolation. The investigation began in 1995 when a young doctor at a Milwaukee hospital noticed an unusual pattern of deaths during Sister Catherine's shifts. Patients who had been stable or improving would suddenly take fatal turns, always when the nun was alone with them. When he raised concerns with hospital administrators, they initially dismissed his suspicions, reluctant to investigate such a respected member of their staff. But the doctor persisted, secretly documenting every death that occurred during Sister Catherine's shifts over a 6-month period. The pattern was undeniable. Patients were 3 times more likely to die when she was caring for them than during any other nurse's shifts. When confronted with statistical evidence, hospital administrators finally agreed to contact authorities. The investigation revealed the full scope of Sister Catherine's crimes across 4 states and 4 decades. Investigators found her journal hidden in her convent cell, along with souvenirs taken from victims, wedding rings, family photographs, religious medals. Each item was carefully labeled with the date of the person's death and a brief note about their journey to God. Sister Catherine never stood trial. When police arrived at the convent to arrest her, they found her dead in her cell, having consumed a massive overdose of the same cardiac medication she had used to kill dozens of her victims. Her suicide note was a rambling religious manifesto claiming that she had been chosen by God to ease the suffering of the innocent. The church worked aggressively to suppress details of the case, concerned about the damage it might do to the reputation of Catholic healthcare institutions. Many families never learned that their loved ones had been murdered, told only that there had been irregularities in their care, but that the responsible party was now deceased. Sister Catherine Morse had used the trust and authority granted to religious caregivers to commit some of the most extensive serial murders in American history. Her crimes were hidden behind a facade of piety and compassion, protected by institutional reluctance to question someone whose life appeared to embody the highest ideals of service and faith. These forgotten killers reveal uncomfortable truths about the nature of evil and the systems designed to protect us from it. They understood that the most effective predators are often those who appear most trustworthy, who occupy positions of authority and respect that place them above suspicion. They operated in the spaces between official oversight, in institutions where death was common enough that a few extra casualties wouldn't trigger investigation. They knew that certain victims would never be missed, that certain methods would never be detected, that certain explanations would never be questioned. But perhaps most chilling of all, they understood that society's desire to believe in goodness and trust authority figures would protect them from scrutiny even when patterns began to emerge. They counted on people's reluctance to believe that doctors, nurses, priests, and other caregivers could be capable of systematic murder. The shadow cast by these forgotten killers extends far beyond their individual crimes. They represent a darker reality about human nature and institutional vulnerability that we prefer not to acknowledge. In our focus on sensational cases that generate headlines and documentaries, we have overlooked predators who are far more successful at evading detection and far more devastating in their impact on victims' families and communities. In the coastal town of Mendocino, California, during the summer of 1989, joggers began reporting an unusual smell drifting from the cliffs overlooking the Pacific. The odor was faint at first, barely noticeable above the salt air and eucalyptus groves, but as weeks passed, it grew stronger, more persistent. When park rangers finally investigated the source, they discovered something that would haunt the small community for decades. Buried in shallow graves along the clifftop hiking trail were the remains of 7 people, all young adults who had vanished while backpacking along the coast. The bodies had been arranged with disturbing precision, positioned to face the ocean with their hands folded across their chests like sleeping figures. Each victim had been strangled with climbing rope, the same type used by experienced hikers to secure their gear. The man responsible was Douglas Clark, though his name never achieved the infamy it deserved. Clark was a local climbing instructor and wilderness guide who had earned the trust of countless visitors to the area. He ran a small outfitting business from his cabin in the redwoods, renting equipment and leading day hikes for tourists who wanted to experience the rugged Northern California coastline. Clark was born in 1955 in nearby Ukiah, the son of loggers who had worked the same forests for 3 generations. He grew up knowing every trail, every hidden canyon, every secluded spot where someone could disappear without a trace. As a child, he spent entire days alone in the wilderness, developing an intimate knowledge of the terrain that would later serve his deadly purposes. After high school, Clark served briefly in the Marine Corps before returning home to start his guide business. He was skilled, knowledgeable, and completely trustworthy in the eyes of his clients. Young backpackers, many of them traveling alone or in small groups, felt safe hiring him to show them the best hiking routes and camping spots along the coast. But Clark had developed a twisted philosophy about the relationship between humans and wilderness. He believed that some people didn't deserve to experience the beauty of untouched nature, that they were polluting sacred spaces with their presence. He appointed himself as a guardian of the coastline, deciding who was worthy to pass through his territory and who needed to be permanently removed. His method was devastatingly simple. Clark would offer to guide hikers to remote locations that promised spectacular views and perfect solitude. Once they were miles from the nearest road, he would attack without warning, using his superior knowledge of the terrain to trap victims in places where screaming would accomplish nothing. He would strangle them with their own climbing rope, then drag their bodies to clifftop graves he had prepared in advance. Between 1985 and 1989, Clark killed at least 12 people, possibly more. His victims were primarily solo travelers and small groups who had hired him for multi-day backpacking trips. Their disappearances were attributed to the dangers of wilderness hiking, falls from cliffs, getting lost in the dense forest, or simple accidents that claimed lives in remote areas every year. The investigation began when a Berkeley College student named Jennifer Walsh hired Clark for a weekend hiking trip and failed to return to campus. Unlike Clark's previous victims, Jennifer had left detailed itineraries with friends and family, including Clark's name and contact information. When she didn't show up for classes on Monday, her roommate immediately called police. Clark initially claimed that Jennifer had decided to extend her trip and continue hiking south on her own. But when investigators pressed for details, his story began to fall apart. He couldn't explain why Jennifer would abandon her scheduled return to campus, couldn't provide specific information about where she had gone, couldn't account for inconsistencies in his timeline. A massive search was launched, involving hundreds of volunteers and search dogs. The discovery of Jennifer's backpack, hidden in Clark's storage shed, led to a warrant for his arrest. When police searched his cabin, they found a horrifying collection of driver's licenses, jewelry, and personal items belonging to missing hikers dating back 5 years. Clark was convicted of 7 murders and sentenced to death, though investigators believed he had killed many more victims whose bodies were never found. He died in prison in 2003, taking the locations of his remaining victims to the grave. To this day, hikers occasionally discover bones along the Mendocino coast, scattered remnants of Clark's forgotten victims. But Clark's crimes were overshadowed by an even more systematic killer, operating simultaneously in the industrial cities of the Rust Belt. Between 1978 and 1992, a man named Robert Yates Jr. murdered at least 48 women in Detroit, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh, using the urban decay and economic collapse of these cities to hide his crimes. Yates was born in 1952 in Detroit during the city's final years of prosperity before the auto industry began its long decline. His father worked at a Ford assembly plant, his mother as a seamstress in a clothing factory. The family lived in a modest neighborhood that would later be devastated by plant closures and white flight, leaving behind empty lots and abandoned buildings that provided perfect cover for predators. After serving in the Army, Yates returned to Detroit and found work as a long haul trucker, a job that allowed him to travel between cities while maintaining a legitimate reason for being anywhere at any time. He specialized in routes connecting the major industrial centers of the Midwest, carrying auto parts and steel between factories that were slowly shutting down as manufacturing moved overseas. Yates had developed a specific type of victim: women who worked in the sex trade around truck stops and industrial areas. These were women whose disappearances rarely generated intensive investigations, people who existed on the margins of society where violence was common and life was cheap. He would pick them up near highway truck stops, promise them money for services, then drive them to abandoned warehouses or empty lots where he could kill them without fear of discovery. His method was clinical and efficient. Yates would strangle his victims with his bare hands, then dispose of their bodies in the ruins of Detroit's collapsed industrial infrastructure, abandoned auto plants, empty steel mills, demolished neighborhoods where entire city blocks had been reduced to rubble. The bodies would be discovered months or years later by urban explorers or demolition crews, if they were found at all. Over 14 years, Yates killed women in 3 cities, always staying ahead of any investigation by moving between jurisdictions and targeting victims whose deaths wouldn't trigger major police responses. He kept detailed logs of his kills, written in a trucker's code based on shipping manifests and route schedules. To anyone who might have discovered his notebooks, they would have looked like routine business records. The investigation began in 1992 when a prostitute named Maria Santos managed to escape from Yates's truck after he had picked back when he tried to strangle her, CL, the moving vehicle. Herta tailed her up near a Cleveland truck stop. She had fought awing his face, and jumping from description of Yates and his truck led to his arrest within days. When police searched Yates's truck and apartment, they found maps marking the locations of dozens of bodies across 3 states. His logbooks documented 48 murders, though investigators believed the actual number was higher. Many of his victims were never identified, women whose names and histories had been lost along with their lives. Yates was convicted and sentenced to death, but died of a heart attack in prison before the sentence could be carried out. His case received minimal media attention, overshadowed by other high-profile killers of the era, and buried in the larger tragedy of American industrial decline. These real cases established patterns that would be repeated by fictional killers whose crimes were equally methodical, but even more deeply hidden from public view. They proved that the most dangerous predators were often those who understood how to exploit society's blind spots, who killed in places where death was expected and among populations whose disappearances wouldn't generate sustained investigation. In the farming communities of central Illinois, during the harsh winter of 1994, families began to notice that certain elderly neighbors had stopped appearing at church services and community gatherings. The absences were gradual, scattered across several months, and easily explained by the brutal cold that kept most people indoors. But by spring, when the weather warmed and the missing residents still hadn't emerged, concerned relatives began knocking on doors. What they found was a pattern of deaths so subtle that it had gone completely undetected. 7 elderly people, all living alone on isolated farms, had died during the winter months. Each death appeared natural, the result of heart attacks, strokes, or complications from existing medical conditions. The bodies had been discovered by mail carriers or utility workers, sometimes weeks after the actual deaths. The man responsible was Thomas Whitmore, a traveling handyman who specialized in helping elderly farmers prepare their properties for winter. Whitmore had realized that isolated rural seniors represented the perfect victims for a killer patient, enough to wait for the right opportunities. He would spend months earning their trust, fixing their furnaces, winterizing their homes, becoming an indispensable part of their support network. Whitmore was born in 1948 in rural Indiana, the youngest of 5 children in a family that barely scraped by on a failing corn farm. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving the boy to care for his increasingly senile grandfather while his older siblings fled to cities looking for work. Thomas spent 3 years watching the old man deteriorate, learning how fragile the elderly could be, how easily they could be manipulated or harmed without anyone noticing. After his grandfather's death, Thomas began drifting from town to town, always staying in rural areas where he could find work helping farmers and elderly residents with maintenance tasks. He was skilled with his hands, reliable, and completely trustworthy in the eyes of people who had known him for years. No one would ever suspect the quiet young man who fixed their roofs and repaired their tractors of harboring murderous intentions. Whitmore's method was devastatingly patient. He would identify elderly people who lived alone, particularly those whose families had moved away or died. He would offer his services at below market rates, gradually becoming essential to their daily lives. Over months or years, he would learn their routines, their health problems, their financial situations, and most importantly, how often anyone checked on them. When winter arrived, Whitmore would strike. He would visit his elderly clients under the pretense of checking their heating systems or delivering supplies. Once inside their homes, he would tamper with furnaces to cause carbon monoxide leaks or adjust medications to induce heart attacks or strokes. The deaths would appear completely natural, the tragic but expected result of elderly people struggling to survive harsh winter conditions. Between 1989 and 1998, Whitmore killed 23 elderly farmers across Illinois, Iowa, and Indiana. He collected their life insurance payouts when they had named him as a beneficiary, grateful for his years of faithful service. He also inherited tools, equipment, and sometimes even small parcels of land from victims who had come to view him as the son they never had. The investigation began when a retired insurance investigator named Harold Chen noticed an unusual pattern while reviewing claims data for a regional company. Several elderly farmers had died during winter months after recently changing their beneficiaries to name the same handyman, Thomas Whitmore. The statistical probability of such coincidences was virtually zero. Chen brought his findings to state police, who launched a quiet investigation that lasted 2 years. They discovered that Whitmore had been present at every victim's property shortly before their death, usually under the cover of routine maintenance work. Forensic examination of the crime scenes revealed subtle signs of tampering that had been missed during the initial investigations. When arrested, Whitmore showed no remorse for his crimes, viewing them as a practical solution to the problem of elderly people who could no longer care for themselves. He claimed he was providing a mercy service, ending lives that had become burdens to their owners and society at large. His calm demeanor and matter of fact confessions chilled investigators who had never encountered such calculated evil. Whitmore was convicted of 14 murders and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died behind bars in 2019, never having revealed the full extent of his crimes. Rural communities throughout the Midwest still whisper about the handyman who turned winter into a season of terror, though his name remains largely unknown outside law enforcement circles. But Whitmore's patient stalking of elderly victims pales beside the systematic hunting conducted by Elena Vasquez, a woman who used her position as a social worker to identify and murder vulnerable children throughout the Southwest. Between 1991 and 2006, she killed 31 children, using the foster care system as her personal shopping catalog for victims. Vasquez was born in 1963 in El Paso, Texas, the daughter of migrant workers who followed crop harvest throughout Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. She grew up understanding poverty, displacement, and the ways children could slip through bureaucratic cracks without anyone noticing. Her own childhood was marked by neglect and abuse, experiences that should have made her more protective of vulnerable children, but instead twisted her into something predatory. After earning a degree in social work, Vasquez found employment with Child Protective Services in Phoenix. She specialized in cases involving severely abused or neglected children, kids who had been removed from dangerous homes and placed in emergency foster care. These children were often traumatized, difficult to place, and had few advocates who would ask difficult questions about their welfare. Vasquez realized that certain children in the system were essentially invisible, particularly those with no living relatives and histories of behavioral problems that made them unwanted by most foster families. She began to see these children not as victims needing protection, but as opportunities for her own twisted gratification. She appointed herself as their final caretaker, deciding which ones deserved to live and which needed to be eliminated. Her method exploited every weakness in the foster care system. Vasquez would identify children who fit her victim profile, then manipulate placement procedures to ensure they were assigned to temporary homes she controlled. She maintained relationships with several foster families who trusted her judgment completely, people who would accept any child she recommended without question. Once the children were placed in these homes, Vasquez would arrange for them to disappear during supervised visits or transportation between facilities. She would claim they had run away, a common occurrence in foster care that rarely triggered intensive investigations. The children would be listed as missing persons, but with limited resources and countless other cases demanding attention, the searches would be cursory at best. Vasquez would take her victims to remote locations in the desert, abandoned buildings, or storage facilities she had rented under false names. What she did there defied comprehension, acts of violence and abuse that she documented in coded journals hidden in her office files. When she was finished, she would dispose of the bodies in the vast wilderness areas surrounding Phoenix, places where remains might never be discovered. Over 15 years, Vasquez murdered children ranging in age from 6 to 15 years old. All were kids who had been failed by every system designed to protect them, children whose disappearances generated paperwork but little genuine concern. She collected mementos from each victim, small toys or personal items that she kept in a locked box in her apartment. The investigation began in 2006 when a new supervisor in the Phoenix Child Protective Services office noticed an unusual pattern in Vasquez's caseload. An abnormally high percentage of children assigned to her care had gone missing over the years, far above the statistical average for even the most challenging cases. When pressed for explanations, Vasquez became defensive and evasive. A task force was assembled to review every case Vasquez had handled during her 15-year career. What they discovered was a systematic pattern of murder disguised as bureaucratic incompetence. Children would be placed in temporary care, then vanish during transitions that Vasquez had arranged. Her detailed files on each victim revealed an intimate knowledge of their vulnerabilities and an obsessive focus on children who had no one to advocate for them. When police searched Vasquez's apartment, they found her collection of victim souvenirs, along with journals documenting 31 murders. Her writings revealed a woman who viewed herself as cleaning up society's unwanted children, eliminating kids who would otherwise grow up to become criminals or addicts. She showed no remorse, only pride in what she saw as her contribution to social improvement. Vasquez was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. She remains on death row today, one of the few female serial killers in American history to achieve such a high victim count. Her case led to major reforms in foster care oversight, but many believe her crimes could easily be repeated by someone else willing to exploit the same systemic vulnerabilities. The Elena Vasquez case highlighted the particular horror of predators who use helping professions as cover for their crimes, like the doctors, nurses, and social workers who came before her. She understood that positions of trust and authority provided access to victims while deflecting suspicion from potential perpetrators. These forgotten killers operated in the shadows of American society, in the spaces between official oversight, where vulnerable people could disappear without triggering the alarms that might have saved them. They understood that the most effective evil is often the kind that wears a mask of respectability, that hides behind institutions we trust to protect the innocent. Their crimes reveal uncomfortable truths about the gaps in our social safety net, the ways determined predators can exploit bureaucratic blind spots and public indifference to pursue their deadly obsessions. They proved that monsters don't always look like monsters, that sometimes the greatest threats come from people who appear most committed to helping others. In the mountain communities of rural Colorado, during the seemingly peaceful years Between 2001 and 2014, hikers and campers began to report encounters with a man they called the Trail Angel. He would appear at remote campsites, offering food, water, and assistance to exhausted backpackers struggling with the high altitude and difficult terrain. His generosity became legendary among outdoor enthusiasts who shared stories of the mysterious Good Samaritan who had saved their trips. What no one realized was that the trail angel was carefully selecting his next victims, studying their habits and vulnerabilities while maintaining his facade of wilderness charity. His real name was Marcus Holloway, and he had turned the Colorado Rockies into his personal hunting preserve, using his reputation for kindness to lure unsuspecting victims to their deaths. Holloway was born in 1969 in a cabin near Aspen, the son of survivalists who had retreated from society to live off the land. He grew up learning every aspect of wilderness survival, from hunting and tracking to finding shelter in the most hostile environments. His parents homeschooled him using military manuals and survival guides, raising him to be completely self sufficient in conditions that would kill most people within days. After his parents died in an avalanche when Marcus was 19, he inherited their remote property and continued living in isolation. He supported himself through odd jobs in nearby ski towns, but his true passion was spending weeks alone in the mountains, moving through terrain so rugged that even experienced climbers avoided it. He knew secret trails, hidden caves, and water sources that appeared on no maps. Holloway's killing began gradually, growing out of his interactions with weekend hikers who were clearly unprepared for the challenges they faced. He would encounter them struggling with heavy packs, suffering from altitude sickness, or lost on trails they couldn't navigate. Initially, he helped them genuinely, but over time he began to resent their intrusion into what he considered his private wilderness. His first kill was almost accidental. In 2001, he encountered a solo hiker named David Kim who had become disoriented in a sudden snowstorm. Holloway offered to guide him to safety, then led him deeper into the mountains instead. When David realized what was happening and tried to turn back, Holloway struck him with a hiking pole and left him to die of exposure. The body wasn't found until the following spring, by which time it appeared to be just another tragic hiking accident. The experience of controlling someone's fate in the wilderness awakened something dark in Holloway. He began actively seeking opportunities to encounter vulnerable hikers, always maintaining his helpful persona while evaluating them as potential victims. He would offer assistance, gain their trust, then lead them to remote locations where he could kill them without fear of discovery. Over 13 years, Holloway murdered 18 people in the Colorado Rockies, all solo hikers or small groups who had accepted his offer of help. His methods varied depending on the terrain and circumstances, but he always made the deaths appear to be wilderness accidents. Some victims were pushed off cliffs, others were left to die of exposure after being deliberately led astray, and a few were killed outright with weapons disguised as hiking equipment. Holloway kept trophies from each kill, items taken from his victims' backpacks that he displayed in his remote cabin like hunting trophies. He had hiking boots arranged on shelves, water bottles lined up on windowsills, and camping gear organized with museum-like precision. Each item was labeled with the date of the kill and a brief note about the circumstances. The investigation began in 2014 when a pair of experienced mountaineers reported a disturbing encounter with the trail angel. Unlike his previous victims, these hikers were suspicious of Holloway's offers to help, particularly when he suggested they follow him on a route that led away from their intended destination. They declined his assistance and later reported the incident to park rangers. When investigators began examining hiking deaths in the area over the previous decade, they discovered an unusual pattern. Many of the victims had been found far from established trails in locations that made no sense given their stated hiking plans. Several had equipment missing that should have been with their bodies, and a few had injuries inconsistent with simple falls or exposure. A massive search of Holloway's property revealed his collection of victim trophies, along with detailed journals documenting each murder. His writings revealed a man who had come to view hikers as invasive species that needed to be culled from his territory. He saw himself as a protector of the wilderness, eliminating people who didn't deserve to experience its beauty. Holloway never stood trial. When police surrounded his cabin to arrest him, he fled into the mountains he knew better than anyone. The manhunt lasted 6 months, involving hundreds of searchers and specialized tracking teams. His body was eventually found in a remote cave, apparently dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound rather than face capture. The Trail Angel case sent shockwaves through the hiking community, forcing people to reconsider their assumptions about wilderness safety and the kindness of strangers. Many popular trails in Colorado were temporarily closed while authorities searched for additional victims, and hiking organizations instituted new safety protocols for solo travelers. But Holloway's crimes were overshadowed by an even more systematic killer who had been operating in America's national parks for nearly 2 decades. Between 1995 and 2013, a man known only as the Campground Keeper murdered 43 people across 12 different parks, using his intimate knowledge of park systems to identify and eliminate victims without triggering comprehensive investigations. The Campground Keeper's real name was never determined, despite one of the most intensive manhunts in National Park Service history. He appeared to be a man in his 40s or 50s, of average height and build, with the kind of unremarkable appearance that made him instantly forgettable. Witnesses who encountered him described a friendly, knowledgeable outdoorsman who seemed to belong in any natural setting. What made the Campground Keeper so dangerous was his systematic approach to victim selection and disposal. He targeted campers who were isolated from other park visitors, particularly solo travelers or small groups camping in remote backcountry sites. He would observe them for days, learning their routines and determining whether their disappearance would trigger immediate searches. His method was to approach victims as a fellow camper or park volunteer, someone who could offer advice about trails, wildlife, or camping regulations. He would gain their trust through his extensive knowledge of park systems, then suggest they move to better campsites he knew about in more secluded areas. Once he had them isolated, he would kill them and dispose of their bodies in locations that would never be searched. The Campground Keeper's victims disappeared from parks across the American West, from Yellowstone and Glacier to Joshua Tree and Big Bend. Their deaths were rarely connected because they occurred in different jurisdictions, often months or years apart, and were easily attributed to the inherent dangers of wilderness camping. Many victims were never reported missing because they were traveling alone with no fixed itineraries. The investigation began in 2013 when a park ranger at Zion National Park noticed similarities between several missing person cases that had occurred over the previous decade. All involved experienced campers who had vanished from remote backcountry sites, leaving behind camping equipment and personal belongings that suggested they had intended to return. A joint task force was formed involving multiple park services and federal agencies. As investigators pooled information from different parks, a pattern emerged of missing campers whose disappearances shared common characteristics. Witnesses at several parks reported encounters with the same helpful stranger who had offered camping advice to people who later vanished. The manhunt for the campground keeper became one of the most extensive in Park Service history, involving hundreds of rangers, specialized tracking teams, and sophisticated surveillance equipment. But the killer had vanished as completely as his victims, leaving behind no trace except the empty campsites and abandoned gear that marked his passage through America's most beautiful landscapes. To this day, the campground keeper has never been identified or apprehended. His crimes forced major changes in park security and camping regulations, but investigators believe he may still be active, continuing his deadly work in remote wilderness areas where victims can disappear without a trace. These forgotten killers represent the darkest possibilities of human predation, criminals who understood how to exploit our most basic assumptions about safety and trust. They operated in places where people went to find peace and solitude, turning natural sanctuaries into hunting grounds for their twisted obsessions. Their crimes reveal the vulnerability that lies at the heart of human experience, the ways our need for connection and assistance can be weaponized by those who understand how to manipulate trust for deadly purposes. They prove that evil doesn't always announce itself with violence and chaos, that sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who appear most helpful, most trustworthy, most committed to the welfare of others. The shadows of American criminal history hide predators whose names never made headlines, killers whose methodical cruelty rivaled the most infamous monsters, yet somehow slipped into obscurity. These are their stories. In the autumn of 1978, residents of Spokane, Washington, began finding bodies in the wooded areas surrounding the city. The victims were all young women, many of them sex workers or runaways who had disappeared from the downtown area over the previous 2 years. What made these discoveries particularly disturbing was the condition of the remains, arranged in specific positions and showing signs of ritualistic behavior that suggested a killer with deeply disturbed psychological motivations. The man responsible was Robert Lee Yates Jr., though his crimes in Spokane were overshadowed by later killings that would eventually lead to his capture. Yates was born in 1952 and grew up in what appeared to be a stable military family. His father was a career Army officer who moved the family frequently during Robert's childhood, instilling in him a sense of discipline and order that would later manifest in his methodical approach to murder. After graduating high school, Yates followed his father into military service, enlisting in the Army and eventually becoming a helicopter pilot. He served with distinction for over 18 years, including tours of duty in Germany and various bases throughout the United States. To his fellow soldiers and superiors, he was a model serviceman, reliable and professional in all his duties. But beneath the surface, Yates was developing urges that military discipline couldn't contain. During his off duty hours, he began frequenting areas where prostitutes worked, initially as a customer, but gradually becoming something more sinister. He studied their routines, learned their vulnerabilities, and began to see them not as human beings, but as objects for his twisted fantasies. His first confirmed kill was in 1975 while he was stationed at Fort Rucker in Alabama. A local sex worker named Patricia Barnes disappeared after being seen getting into a car matching the description of Yates's vehicle. Her body was found 3 weeks later in a remote wooded area, showing signs of sexual assault and strangulation. The case went unsolved, attributed to the kind of random violence that often claimed the lives of women working in the sex trade. Over the next 2 decades, Yates would kill repeatedly, using his military training to plan and execute murders with clinical precision. His victims were always vulnerable women, often prostitutes or hitchhikers who wouldn't be missed immediately. He would lure them to secluded locations, kill them with methods that left minimal physical evidence, then dispose of their bodies in areas where they might not be discovered for weeks or months. What made Yates particularly dangerous was his ability to compartmentalize his crimes. During the day, he was a devoted family man and respected member of his community. He married, had children, and maintained friendships with neighbors who never suspected the darkness that consumed him during his nocturnal hunts. His military background gave him credibility and respect that deflected any potential suspicion. Between 1975 and 1998, Yates killed at least 13 women across multiple states, though investigators believe the actual number may be much higher. His crimes were scattered across different jurisdictions and time periods, making it difficult for law enforcement to recognize patterns or connect cases. Each murder appeared to be an isolated incident, the tragic but common fate of women living on society's margins. The investigation that finally brought Yates down began in 1997 when DNA evidence from crime scenes in Spokane was entered into a national database. Advanced forensic techniques had made it possible to extract genetic material from evidence that had been collected years earlier, providing investigators with a powerful new tool for solving cold cases. When Yates's DNA was matched to multiple crime scenes, police were stunned to discover that their suspect was a decorated military veteran with no apparent criminal history. The man they arrested looked nothing like the profile they had developed of their killer, a fact that highlighted how completely Yates had managed to hide his true nature from the world around him. During interrogation, Yates initially denied any involvement in the murders, maintaining his innocence even when confronted with overwhelming physical evidence. But as the case against him mounted, he eventually began to confess, providing details about crimes that only the perpetrator could have known. His admissions revealed the full scope of his decades-long killing spree. Yates was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. He remains on death row today, though his case received relatively little media attention compared to other serial killers of the era. His crimes were buried beneath more sensational cases, allowing him to fade into the background of criminal history despite the devastating impact he had on his victims' families and communities. The Robert Lee Yates case demonstrated how effectively a killer could hide behind a facade of respectability and public service. His military record and family life provided perfect cover for his nocturnal activities, allowing him to operate undetected for over 2 decades while maintaining the appearance of an upstanding citizen. But Yates's crimes pale in comparison to those of another forgotten killer who operated during the same period in the rural communities of eastern Montana. Between 1982 and 1996, a man named Wayne Nance systematically murdered at least 11 people, using the vast emptiness of the American West to conceal his crimes from law enforcement agencies that were understaffed and overwhelmed by the challenges of policing such remote areas. Nance was born in 1955 in Missoula, Montana, the son of a railroad worker who spent long periods away from home. His mother struggled with alcoholism and mental illness, leaving Wayne largely unsupervised during his formative years. He grew up in a household where violence was common and emotional neglect was the norm, experiences that would shape his development into a remorseless killer. As a teenager, Nance showed signs of the antisocial behavior that would later escalate into murder. He was arrested multiple times for burglary and assault, but the rural justice system was ill-equipped to deal with his increasingly serious crimes. He served brief jail sentences that did nothing to address the underlying pathology driving his violent behavior. After finishing high school, Nance found work as a furniture mover and handyman, jobs that gave him access to people's homes and allowed him to study potential victims. He was physically strong and had developed skills that made him valuable to homeowners who needed help with heavy lifting or repairs. His clients trusted him because he seemed reliable and hardworking, never suspecting the predatory thoughts that occupied his mind. Nance's first confirmed murder was in 1982 when he killed an elderly widow named Martha Morrison during what appeared to be a botched burglary. Martha had hired him to move some furniture in her home, giving him the opportunity to learn the layout of her house and determine that she lived alone. When he returned later that night to rob her, she surprised him by being awake, and he killed her to eliminate the witness. The murder was initially attributed to random criminal activity, the kind of senseless violence that occasionally struck even the safest rural communities. Police had no leads and limited resources for a thorough investigation, allowing Nance to escape suspicion despite being one of the last people known to have visited Martha's home. Emboldened by his success, Nance began targeting other isolated residents throughout eastern Montana. His victims were typically elderly people who lived alone on remote properties, individuals whose disappearances might not be noticed for days or weeks. He would gain access to their homes under the pretense of offering handyman services, then kill them during staged burglaries that provided cover for his true motives. Over 14 years, Nance murdered 11 people, though investigators believe he may have been responsible for additional deaths that were never linked to his activities. His crimes were spread across a vast geographic area and often went undiscovered for extended periods, making it difficult for law enforcement to recognize patterns or coordinate investigations between different agencies. Nance's killing spree came to an end in 1996 when he attempted to murder a family in Missoula and was killed by the intended victims during their struggle to defend themselves. Doug and Chris Wells had hired Nance to do some work on their property, not knowing that he had been planning their deaths for several weeks. When Nance attacked the couple in their home, Doug Wells managed to overpower him despite being seriously injured in the initial assault. In the struggle that followed, Wells was able to get control of Nance's weapon and killed him in what was later ruled a clear case of self-defense. The investigation of Nance's background that followed his death revealed the full scope of his criminal activities. Police found evidence linking him to multiple unsolved murders throughout Montana, along with detailed plans for future attacks that he had been developing. His death likely prevented additional killings that would have continued his reign of terror across the rural West. Wayne Nance's crimes highlighted the particular vulnerability of elderly residents in remote areas where help might be hours away and criminal activity could go unnoticed for extended periods. His case led to increased awareness about the risks faced by isolated homeowners and the importance of carefully screening service providers before allowing them access to private residences. But the forgotten killers weren't limited to rural areas or small communities. In the sprawling metropolis of Houston, Texas, during the oil boom years of the early 1980s, a predator was stalking victims in the city's rapidly expanding suburban developments. His name was Dean Arnold Corll, though his crimes in Houston were separate from the earlier killings that had made him briefly notorious in the 1970s. These forgotten predators remind us that evil doesn't always seek the spotlight. The most dangerous killers are often those who understand that true power lies not in infamy, but in invisibility. They operated in our blind spots, exploited our trust, and vanished into obscurity, while their victims' families still search for answers that may never come. The autumn leaves were falling like confetti outside the suburban home in Millbrook, Pennsylvania, when neighbors noticed something odd. The Hendersons hadn't picked up their mail in 3 days. Their dog was barking incessantly from the backyard. When police finally broke down the front door on October 15th, 1987, they walked into a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their careers. 4 bodies, a family of 4, arranged with surgical precision around their dining room table. Each victim had been posed as if they were having dinner together one last time. The plates were set, the candles were lit, but the food on their forks had long since gone cold. There were no signs of forced entry, no robbery, no apparent motive. Just a family sitting in eternal silence while their killer had vanished like smoke. The only clue was a single word carved into the dining room wall with what appeared to be a kitchen knife. Perfection. That was the calling card of Marcus Delacroix, a name that should be whispered alongside the most notorious killers in American history. But somehow, his story slipped through the cracks. Marcus wasn't born evil. That's what makes his transformation so unsettling. He came into the world on a snowy December morning in 1954 in the quiet town of Cedar Falls, Iowa. His parents, Robert and Eleanor, were respected members of their community. Robert worked as a bank manager. Eleanor taught 3rd grade at the local elementary school. They lived in a modest 2-story house with a white picket fence and a golden retriever named Buddy. By all accounts, it was the perfect American family. But perfection, as Marcus would later discover, was a fragile thing. When he was 8 years old, His younger sister Sarah died in what was ruled an accidental drowning in their backyard pool. The tragedy shattered the Delacroix family. Robert started drinking. Eleanor became distant, cold. And Marcus, well, Marcus began to notice things. Details. The way his mother's hands shook when she served dinner. How his father's eyes never quite met his anymore. The silence that filled their house like poison gas. By the time Marcus reached high school, he had developed an obsession with symmetry, with order, with making things right. His bedroom was immaculate. His clothes hung in perfect rows. His books were arranged by height and color. Teachers described him as polite, intelligent, even charming. But there was something behind his smile that made people uncomfortable, something cold. After graduating with honors, Marcus enrolled in pre-med at the University of Iowa. He excelled in anatomy classes, showing an almost supernatural understanding of the human body. His professors praised his precision, his attention to detail. What they didn't know was that Marcus had been practicing on animals since he was 14. Stray cats, neighborhood dogs. He would capture them, keep them in a makeshift laboratory in his parents' basement, and study them. Not out of cruelty, he told himself, out of curiosity. He wanted to understand how life worked. More importantly, he wanted to understand how to make it perfect. The first human victim came during his junior year. Her name was Linda Morrison, a 20-year-old nursing student with auburn hair and green eyes. She was walking home from the library on a cold February night when Marcus offered her a ride. Linda was cautious, but Marcus looked harmless, clean cut, well dressed. He even had medical textbooks on his passenger seat. She got in. They found Linda's body 3 days later in a cornfield outside of town. She had been arranged in what the coroner described as an anatomically perfect position. Her arms were folded across her chest. Her legs were straight. Her hair had been combed and styled. There were no signs of sexual assault, no evidence of torture. She had simply been given a lethal injection of potassium chloride. Clean, precise, perfect. The investigation went nowhere. Linda was a quiet girl with few friends. There were no witnesses to her abduction, no physical evidence linking her to any suspect. The case went cold within 6 months, filed away in a cabinet that would soon need more space. Marcus graduated summa cum laude and was accepted into a prestigious residency program at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. He specialized in pathology, spending his days surrounded by death, studying it, learning from it. His colleagues respected his work ethic, his methodical approach to every case. They had no idea that their quiet, dedicated peer was using his medical knowledge for something far more sinister. The killing resumed in Baltimore, but Marcus had learned from his earlier work. He was more careful now, more selective. His victims were always loners, people who wouldn't be missed quickly, homeless individuals, elderly patients with no family, psychiatric patients who had been discharged from overcrowded facilities. Each death appeared natural. A heart attack here, a stroke there, an accidental overdose. Marcus had become a master of making murder look like medicine, but it wasn't enough. The clinical kills, while satisfying on an intellectual level, lacked the artistry that Marcus craved. He needed something more, something that would showcase his true talents. That's when he began planning what he called his masterpieces. The Hendersons were perfect. A nuclear family living in suburban bliss, completely unaware that their ordered little world was about to become the canvas for Marcus's twisted vision. He had been watching them for months, learning their routines, understanding their relationships. David Henderson, the father, worked as an insurance adjuster. Patricia, the mother, was a part-time real estate agent. Their children, Tommy and Sarah, attended the local middle school. They were, in Marcus's mind, beautifully ordinary. On that October night, Marcus entered through the back door using a key he had copied weeks earlier during a fake home inspection. The family was eating dinner when he appeared in their dining room doorway, wearing surgical scrubs and carrying a medical bag. Before anyone could scream, he had administered fast-acting sedatives to each family member. They slumped forward, unconscious but still breathing. What happened next took Marcus nearly 6 hours. He moved each family member to different rooms of the house, then spent the time preparing them. He washed their hair, changed their clothes into their Sunday best, applied makeup to their faces. When he was satisfied with their appearance, he brought them back to the dining room and arranged them around the table. The final touch was the injection, a paralytic agent followed by potassium chloride. They would have been aware but unable to move or speak as death came quietly. Marcus stepped back and admired his work. The Henderson family looked peaceful, content. They were perfect now, frozen in a moment of domestic tranquility that would last forever. He carved his signature into the wall and left through the front door, walking calmly to his car as if he had just finished a house call. The Henderson murders made national headlines, but only briefly. Without a clear motive or any physical evidence, the investigation stalled. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit created a profile of the killer, but it was so generic it could have described thousands of people. The case joined the growing pile of unsolved murders that seemed to be connected only by their precision and the single word carved at each scene. Marcus, meanwhile, had returned to his work at the hospital. He attended the memorial service for the Henderson family, standing in the back of the church with tears in his eyes. To everyone who saw him there, he appeared to be just another member of the community, mourning the loss of innocent lives. No one suspected that the man weeping quietly in the last pew was the architect of their grief. But Marcus's appetite for perfection was growing. The months between kills became weeks, then days. His victims were no longer random selections, but carefully chosen subjects for increasingly elaborate tableaus. An elderly couple found holding hands in their garden, surrounded by perfectly arranged flowers. A young mother discovered reading a bedtime story to her children, all three positioned as if they had simply fallen asleep together. Each scene was more sophisticated than the last. Marcus had begun using specialized embalming techniques to preserve his victims' appearances. He studied mortuary science textbooks, learning how to maintain the illusion of peaceful death. His background in medicine gave him access to the chemicals and equipment he needed. His reputation as a dedicated doctor provided the perfect cover. The police were baffled. They knew they were dealing with a serial killer, but this wasn't like anything they had seen before. There was no sexual component to the crimes, no evidence of torture or sadistic pleasure. The victims appeared to have died peacefully, almost willingly. Some investigators began to wonder if they were dealing with someone who saw himself as a mercy killer, ending suffering rather than creating it. They were wrong. Marcus wasn't motivated by compassion. He was driven by an aesthetic vision that required human death as its medium. In his mind, he wasn't a killer. He was an artist. Each crime scene was a composition, carefully planned and flawlessly executed. The fact that his art required murder was simply a necessary component of his creative process. As 1988 dawned, Marcus Delacroix had claimed 17 lives across 3 states. His name appeared in no FBI databases. His photograph hung on no wanted posters. He was the perfect predator, hiding in plain sight among the very people who were supposed to protect society from monsters like him. But perfection, as Marcus was about to learn, was indeed a fragile thing. The downfall began with a mistake so small that most killers would have overlooked it entirely. But Marcus Delacroix wasn't most killers. He was a perfectionist, and perfectionists notice everything. On a bitter February morning in 1988, he was preparing his latest masterpiece, a young couple he had positioned in their living room as if they were dancing to music only they could hear. The man's arm was draped around the woman's waist. Her head rested on his shoulder. Their feet were positioned in a perfect waltz stance. Marcus stepped back to admire his work, but something was wrong. The woman's left shoe was slightly scuffed, a small mark on the leather that disrupted the pristine image he had created. He knelt down to clean it, using a cloth dampened with the same embalming fluid he had used to preserve their faces. That's when he heard it, the sound of a key turning in the front door. The couple's son, home early from college for a surprise visit, walked into a scene that would have broken most people's minds. But 20-year-old Michael Patterson didn't scream. He didn't run. He stood frozen in the doorway, his textbooks falling from his hands, watching as a man in surgical scrubs methodically cleaned his dead mother's shoe. The silence stretched between them like a taut wire, both men understanding that this moment would determine who lived and who joined the macabre dance. Marcus moved first. He lunged forward with the syringe he always kept prepared, but Michael was younger, faster. He grabbed a brass lamp from the side table and swung it with all the force his terror could muster. The base connected with Marcus's temple, sending him crashing into the coffee table. Blood pooled beneath his head as sirens wailed in the distance. Michael had managed to call 911 before Marcus could stop him. When police arrived, they found Dr. Marcus Delacroix unconscious on the floor beside 2 corpses that looked like they were sharing an eternal dance. In his medical bag, they discovered syringes filled with paralytic agents, embalming chemicals, and a leather-bound journal containing detailed notes about 17 different crime scenes. Each entry was written in the same precise handwriting, describing his victims not as people, but as components in artistic compositions. The trial that followed was a media circus, but not in the way most serial killer cases capture public attention. There were no protests outside the courthouse, no crowds demanding justice. Instead, there was a strange, uncomfortable fascination with Marcus's methodology. Forensic experts testified about the advanced medical knowledge required to create his tableaus. Art critics were called in to analyze the psychological implications of his crime scene arrangements. The prosecution struggled to make the jury understand that regardless of the technical skill involved, they were looking at the work of a cold blooded killer. Marcus never showed remorse during the proceedings. When asked why he killed, he simply stated that he was correcting imperfections in the world. Death, he explained, was the ultimate equalizer. It removed the chaos and unpredictability of human behavior, allowing him to create moments of pure, untouchable beauty. His victims, he claimed, should be grateful. They would never age, never disappoint, never fall short of the perfection he had given them. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Marcus Delacroix was sentenced to death by lethal injection, a punishment he found grimly appropriate. He spent his final years on death row writing letters to medical journals, trying to get his research published. None of them ever replied. On March 12th, 1995, he was executed at the state penitentiary in Pennsylvania. His last words were a request that his body be donated to science. The request was denied, but Marcus Delacroix was just the beginning. Across the country, in the sun-baked desert of Arizona, another monster was emerging from the shadows. His name was Vincent Shaw, and unlike Marcus's clinical approach to murder, Vincent preferred his kills hot, brutal, and personal. Vincent was born into violence in 1962 in a trailer park outside Phoenix, where the summer heat could melt the soles of your shoes and the winter nights could freeze your breath in your lungs. His father, Ray Shaw, was a construction worker who drank too much and hit too hard. His mother, Linda, was a cocktail waitress who worked double shifts and came home smelling like cigarettes and other men's cologne. Vincent learned early that love was conditional, that safety was temporary, and that the only person you could count on was yourself. By age 12, Vincent was running with a pack of feral kids who lived in the spaces between adult supervision. They stole candy from convenience stores, set fires in vacant lots, and tortured stray animals behind the rusted chain link fences that surrounded their neighborhood. Vincent was smaller than the others, but he was meaner. When they caught a cat, the other boys would throw rocks at it or chase it with sticks. Vincent would grab it with his bare hands and squeeze until something inside it broke. The first time Vincent killed a person, he was 16 years old. The victim was a homeless man named Eddie who lived under an overpass near the trailer park. Eddie was harmless, a former Vietnam veteran who talked to himself and collected aluminum cans in a shopping cart. Vincent didn't kill him for money or out of anger. He killed him because he wanted to see what it felt like to watch the light go out of someone's eyes. He found Eddie sleeping in his cardboard shelter on a sweltering August night. Vincent had brought a knife from his mother's kitchen, but when the moment came, he didn't use it. Instead, he wrapped his hands around the old man's throat and squeezed. Eddie woke up fighting, his fingernails clawing at Vincent's face, but the boy was strong from years of hard living and harder beatings. It took 4 minutes for Eddie to stop struggling. Vincent stayed there for another 10 minutes, watching, learning, feeling something inside himself come alive for the first time. Eddie's death was ruled a robbery gone wrong. The police spent exactly 2 days investigating before moving on to cases that mattered more. A dead homeless man in Phoenix was barely worth the paperwork. Vincent learned something important from Eddie's murder. Society had throwaway people, and those throwaway people made perfect victims. Over the next 3 years, Vincent refined his technique. He hunted in the places where society's discarded lived: homeless camps under freeway overpasses, abandoned buildings where addicts went to shoot up, dark alleys where prostitutes took their clients. His victims were people who wouldn't be missed, whose deaths wouldn't generate headlines or task forces. He killed with his hands, with knives, with whatever weapon happened to be available. There was no artistry in his approach, no careful planning. Vincent killed like a predator, quick and efficient, and utterly without mercy. Unlike Marcus Delacroix's elaborate tableaus, Vincent left his victims where they fell. He didn't pose bodies or carve signatures. He didn't keep trophies or take photographs. Murder to Vincent wasn't art or ritual or even pleasure in the traditional sense. It was power, pure, undiluted power over life and death. And power, Vincent discovered, was addictive. By 1981, Vincent had killed 11 people, but he was getting bored with easy targets. Homeless addicts and street prostitutes died too quickly, fought too weakly. He wanted something that would put up a real fight, something that would make the kill feel earned. That's when he started hunting what he called real people, individuals with jobs, families, futures that he could snuff out like candle flames. His first suburban kill was a jogger named Patricia Mills, a 32-year-old bank teller who ran the same route through Papago Park every morning at dawn. Vincent had been watching her for weeks, learning her routine, timing her pace. On a cool December morning, he was waiting behind a cluster of desert scrub when she rounded the bend. He tackled her from behind, driving her face first into the rocky ground. Patricia was strong and desperate, but Vincent had the advantage of surprise and 20 years of practiced violence. The struggle lasted nearly 10 minutes. Patricia fought with everything she had, screaming until Vincent crushed her windpipe, clawing at his face until he pinned her arms. When it was over, Vincent felt something he had never experienced before: exhaustion. Not physical tiredness, but a deep, bone-deep satisfaction that came from conquering something that had truly resisted him. Patricia's murder made the local news. Unlike Vincent's previous victims, she mattered to people. She had co-workers who missed her, family members who demanded answers, friends who organized search parties. The police actually investigated her death, interviewing witnesses and collecting evidence. For the first time in his killing career, Vincent felt the thrill of being hunted while doing the hunting. But the investigation stalled within weeks. There were no witnesses to the actual murder, no physical evidence connecting Vincent to the crime. Patricia had been jogging alone in an isolated area where dozens of people pass through every day. Her killer could have been anyone, from anywhere, with any motive. The case joined the growing pile of unsolved murders that plagued Arizona's law enforcement agencies. Vincent's confidence grew with each successful kill. He began taking greater risks, choosing victims in more populated areas, striking during daylight hours. A secretary walking to her car in a downtown parking garage. A college student studying late in the university library. A young mother loading groceries into her minivan outside a supermarket. Each murder was more brazen than the last, each victim chosen not for vulnerability, but for the challenge they represented. The killings might have continued indefinitely if Vincent hadn't made one crucial error. On a scorching July afternoon, In 1983, he followed a real estate agent named Carol Henderson into an empty house she was showing to potential buyers. Carol was alone, distracted by paperwork, completely unaware that death had followed her through the front door. Vincent was already moving toward her when he heard voices outside. The clients Carol was expecting had arrived early. Vincent panicked. For the first time in his killing career, he had been caught off guard. He could hear footsteps on the front porch, keys jingling, voices discussing mortgage rates. Carol looked up from her clipboard, confused by the sound of someone else in the house. Vincent's hand was already reaching for the knife in his jacket pocket when the front door opened. "Carol, we're here for the 3 o'clock showing," called a woman's voice from the entryway. Vincent made a split-second decision that saved his life and ended his career. Instead of attacking Carol, he smiled and extended his hand. "You must be Carol. I'm Jim Peterson. I was hoping to get a quick look at the property before the other buyers arrived." Carol, trained to be accommodating to potential clients, shook his hand and apologized for not hearing him come in. The real buyers, a young couple named the Martinezes, entered the living room moments later. Vincent spent the next 40 minutes pretending to be interested in square footage and property taxes while planning how to kill 3 people instead of one. But the opportunity never came. The Martinezes brought their real estate agent, who brought her assistant, who brought a contractor. What should have been a simple murder became an impromptu open house. Vincent left that afternoon with Carol's business card and a burning rage that consumed him for weeks. He had been so close to another perfect kill, only to be thwarted by suburban scheduling. But his anger made him sloppy. He began stalking Carol obsessively, learning her routine, photographing her house, following her to work. He was so focused on his intended victim that he failed to notice the pattern he was creating. Carol Henderson wasn't just any real estate agent. She was married to Detective Ray Henderson of the Phoenix Police Department, a 20-year veteran who specialized in violent crimes. Ray had seen enough domestic stalking cases to recognize the signs when his wife mentioned the same potential buyer showing up at multiple properties, always asking personal questions, always finding reasons to extend their conversations. Ray ran Vincent's fake name through the system and found nothing, which itself was suspicious. He started his own surveillance, following Vincent from a distance, photographing his license plate, documenting his behavior. What Ray discovered was a pattern of stalking that stretched back months, involving not just his wife, but several other women who had all reported feeling watched, followed, threatened. The trap was set on a Thursday evening in September. Carol was scheduled to show a house in an isolated development on the outskirts of Phoenix. Ray and 3 other detectives positioned themselves around the property, waiting to see if Vincent would take the bait. He did. Vincent arrived 30 minutes early, parking his truck behind a construction trailer where he thought it wouldn't be seen. He broke into the house through a basement window and waited in the kitchen with a hunting knife and a roll of duct tape. When Carol arrived, Vincent was ready for what he planned to be his most satisfying kill yet. But instead of Carol Henderson walking through the front door, Vincent found himself facing 4 armed police officers. The confrontation lasted less than 10 seconds. Vincent dropped his knife and surrendered without a fight, understanding that his killing spree had finally come to an end. During the interrogation that followed, Vincent confessed to 17 murders spanning 5 years. He provided details that only the killer could have known, describing crime scenes that had never been made public, naming victims whose disappearances had never been connected. The detectives listening to his confession were stunned by the casual way he discussed ending human lives, as if he were describing his grocery shopping routine. Vincent Shaw was convicted on 15 counts of first degree murder. The other cases couldn't be prosecuted due to lack of physical evidence, but everyone in that courtroom knew he was responsible for far more deaths than the law could prove. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, where he remains today, 40 years later, in a maximum security facility in Florence, Arizona. But Vincent's story was far from unique. Across the country, in the humid backwoods of Louisiana, another predator was just beginning his own journey into darkness. His name was Eugene Thibodeau, and his preferred hunting ground was the labyrinth of bayous and swamps that stretched for hundreds of miles through the heart of Cajun country. Eugene was born in 1958 in a shotgun house on the outskirts of Houma, Louisiana, where the Mississippi River Delta dissolves into an endless maze of waterways, cypress groves, and communities so isolated they might as well exist in another century. His father, Marcel, made his living guiding hunting and fishing parties through the swamps. His mother, Marie, cleaned houses for wealthy families in New Orleans when work was available. The Thibodeau family lived off the grid in ways that modern America had forgotten. They caught their own fish, hunted their own meat, grew their own vegetables in the rich delta soil. Eugene learned to navigate the treacherous waterways before he could properly read, understanding the subtle signs that meant the difference between safe passage and becoming alligator bait. But isolation bred more than self-sufficiency in the Thibodeau household. Marcel was a violent drunk who took his frustrations out on his family with fists and fishing line. Marie suffered in silence, nursing broken bones and black eyes while teaching Eugene that some secrets were worth keeping quiet. By the time Eugene was 12, he had learned that violence was just another tool for solving problems, like a hammer or a fishing net. Eugene's first kill happened when he was 14, during a family hunting trip deep in the Atchafalaya Basin. They had been tracking a wounded deer for hours through the thick undergrowth when they came across another hunter, an elderly man named Claude Boudreau, who was lost and asking for directions back to the main channel. Marcel and Claude were discussing routes when Eugene noticed something that made his blood run cold. Claude was carrying the same distinctive rifle that had gone missing from their house the week before, the one Marcel had accused Eugene of losing. Eugene knew Claude must have stolen it, must have been watching their house, planning to rob them. Without warning, without discussion, Eugene raised his own rifle and shot Claude through the chest. The old man dropped instantly, his stolen rifle clattering into the murky water. Marcel stared at his son in shock, but Eugene was already moving. He dragged Claude's body to the edge of the bayou and pushed it into the dark water where the alligators would dispose of the evidence. Within minutes, there was no trace that Claude Boudreau had ever been there. Marcel never reported the shooting. In the insular world of the Louisiana swamps, outsiders asking questions were more dangerous than dead bodies floating in the bayou. Eugene had made his first kill, and he had gotten away with it completely. More importantly, he had discovered something about himself that would shape the rest of his life. Killing felt natural to him, like breathing or swimming or finding his way through the maze of waterways that surrounded his home. Over the next few years, Eugene perfected his hunting technique, but his prey wasn't deer or wild boar. He targeted the drifters, vagrants, and runaways who often disappeared into the Louisiana swamps, looking for work, drugs, or just a place to hide from whatever they were running from. The swamps were perfect for Eugene's purposes. Bodies disposed of in the right spots would never be found. The alligators, snapping turtles, and decomposition process would eliminate any evidence within days. Eugene's victims were usually that left no foreigners killed with a simple methoic trace, drowning. He would lure them to isolated spots in the swamp, often offering to share his catch of fish or his knowledge of the area. Once they were alone and off guard, Eugene would hold them underwater until they stopped struggling. The bayou would claim another victim, and Eugene would return home for dinner as if nothing had happened. By 1979, Eugene had killed at least 12 people, but the exact number would never be known. The Louisiana swamps had been swallowing people for centuries, and local law enforcement was accustomed to missing persons reports that led nowhere. A drifter who vanished in the Atchafalaya Basin could have been killed by any number of natural dangers: alligators, snakes, drowning, getting lost in the maze of channels that stretched for hundreds of square miles. Eugene's killing spree might have continued indefinitely if he hadn't made the mistake of targeting someone who mattered to people with power. Her name was Jennifer Morrison, a 23-year-old photography student from Tulane University who had driven down to the Bayou country to document the disappearing Cajun culture for her senior thesis. Jennifer was everything Eugene had never encountered before: educated, confident, connected to a world beyond the isolation of the swamps. She had money, expensive camera equipment, and family members who would move heaven and earth to find her if she disappeared. But Eugene didn't understand any of that. To him, she was just another outsider who had wandered into his territory. Eugene approached Jennifer at a gas station in Houma, offering to guide her to authentic Cajun communities that tourists never saw. Jennifer was initially suspicious, but Eugene's knowledge of the area was genuine, and she needed access to the remote settlements where traditional life still existed. She agreed to follow him into the swamp, her rental car trailing his base boat down a series of increasingly narrow channels. 3 hours later, Jennifer's car was found abandoned on a boat ramp 20 miles from the main road. Her camera bag was missing, but her purse and wallet were untouched. There were no signs of struggle, no witnesses, no clues about what had happened to her. To the local sheriff's department, it looked like another case of a city person getting lost in the swamp and probably drowning. But Jennifer Morrison wasn't just any missing person. Her father was a federal judge, her mother was a prominent attorney, and her disappearance triggered a law enforcement response unlike anything the Bayou country had ever seen. FBI agents, state police, and specialized search teams descended on the area with helicopters, sonar equipment, and tracking dogs. They interviewed everyone who had been at that gas station, including Eugene. Eugene's story was simple and believable. He had seen the young woman taking pictures near the boat ramp, had offered her some basic safety advice about the dangers of the swamp, and had watched her drive away toward the main road. He seemed genuinely concerned about her safety and offered to help with the search efforts. The investigators thanked him and moved on to other potential witnesses. But one detective, a state police investigator named Captain Marie Landry, wasn't satisfied with Eugene's story. Something about his demeanor during the interview had struck her as off. Too helpful, too eager to please, too knowledgeable about exactly where Jennifer had last been seen. Landry had grown up in Cajun country herself and understood the rhythms of swamp life. She knew that locals didn't typically approach strangers offering advice unless they had ulterior motives. Landry began investigating Eugene's background, discovering a pattern of behavior that raised red flags. Multiple missing persons reports over the past 5 years involved people who had last been seen in areas where Eugene frequently hunted and fished. Park rangers reported that Eugene often approached tourists and offered his services as a guide. Local residents mentioned that he seemed to know an unusual amount about people who had disappeared in the swamps. The breakthrough came when Landry discovered that Eugene had been selling expensive camera equipment to a pawn shop in New Orleans, equipment that matched the description of Jennifer Morrison's missing gear. When confronted with this evidence, Eugene's calm facade finally cracked. He confessed to killing Jennifer, claiming it was an accident that happened when she tried to resist his robbery attempt. But the confession opened a floodgate of other admissions. Under pressure from investigators, who now understood they were dealing with a serial killer, Eugene began describing other victims, other crimes, other bodies feeding the alligators in the dark water of the Louisiana bayous. Some of the cases he confessed to had never been reported as crimes. They were simply missing persons who had vanished without a trace in the vast wilderness of the Delta. Eugene Thibodeau was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death by electrocution. He spent 14 years on death row before Louisiana switched to lethal injection, and another 8 years after that fighting appeals. He was executed in 2001, taking with him the exact locations of bodies that would never be recovered from the depths of the swamp. His case has highlighted something terrifying about serial killers who operate in remote areas. They can hunt for years, even decades, without detection. The wilderness doesn't just hide their crimes, it erases them entirely. Bodies disappear, evidence decomposes, and victims become statistics in missing persons files that gather dust in forgotten filing cabinets. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Eugene Thibodeau's story wasn't the number of people he killed or the isolated nature of his hunting ground. It was the realization that he represented just one predator in one small corner of America's vast wilderness. Across the country, in forests and deserts and mountain ranges, other killers were using the same strategy, targeting the vulnerable in places where screams couldn't be heard and bodies would never be found. In the dense forests of Oregon's Cascade Mountains, a man named Robert Kellerman was building his own graveyard of secrets. Unlike Eugene's swamp killings or Vincent's urban hunting, Robert preferred the methodical isolation of the deep woods, where hiking trails disappeared into green twilight, and the only witnesses were trees that would never testify. Robert Kellerman grew up in the shadow of Mount Hood, where the air tasted like pine needles and morning fog clung to the mountainsides like cigarette smoke. Born in 1951 to a family of loggers, he learned early that the forest could swallow things whole: equipment, sounds, sometimes even people who wandered too far from the marked trails. His father, Big Jim Kellerman, ran a small logging operation that had been bleeding money since the environmental regulations started choking the industry. His mother died when Robert was 9, crushed by a widowmaker branch that fell without warning during a routine timber survey. The accident changed everything. Big Jim started drinking harder, working longer, and talking less. Robert spent most of his childhood alone in the woods, building elaborate shelters from fallen branches and learning to move through the undergrowth without making a sound. By the time he was 12, he could track a deer for miles, set snares that would hold a full grown elk, and navigate by stars through terrain that had claimed the lives of experienced outdoorsmen. But Robert wasn't hunting deer. He was hunting something else, something that would fight back, something that would make the kill feel earned. It started with hikers who had strayed from the main trails, lost tourists who were grateful when a friendly local offered to guide them back to safety. Robert would lead them deeper into the forest, farther from the marked paths, until they realized they were more lost than when they started. By then, it was too late. His first confirmed victim was a backpacker named David Chen, a software engineer from Portland who had come to the Cascades for what he called a digital detox weekend. David was hiking alone on the Eagle Creek Trail when he met Robert, who claimed to know a shortcut to a waterfall that didn't appear on any tourist maps. David followed him into a maze of game trails and logging roads that seemed to lead nowhere. 3 hours later, David was sitting beside a campfire in a clearing he couldn't find on his GPS, listening to Robert tell stories about the old growth forests that had been clear cut before David was born. Robert seemed harmless enough, a local character with an encyclopedic knowledge of forest lore and an endless supply of coffee that tasted like it had been brewed over an open flame for days. David relaxed, thinking he had stumbled onto an authentic wilderness experience. Robert struck just before dawn, when David was deep in sleep and the forest was at its quietest. A single blow from a camp axe to the base of the skull. David never woke up, never knew what hit him, never had a chance to scream. Robert dragged the body to a ravine he had prepared months earlier, a natural depression hidden beneath decades of fallen timber. David Chen became fertilizer for the Douglas firs, his expensive hiking gear redistributed to pawn shops in 3 different counties. The beauty of Robert's system was its simplicity. The Cascade Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, crisscrossed with thousands of trails and logging roads that led to places where cell phones didn't work and rescue teams might not search for weeks. Hikers disappeared in the wilderness all the time, lost, injured, killed by animals, or simply overwhelmed by terrain that could kill the unprepared without malice or intent. Over the next 8 years, Robert refined his technique. He learned which types of hikers were most likely to follow a stranger into unmarked territory: solo adventurers looking for authentic experiences, photography enthusiasts chasing the perfect shot, urban professionals seeking escape from city stress. He could spot them from a mile away: expensive gear, detailed maps, the kind of confidence that came from reading about wilderness survival online rather than living it. Robert's hunting ground expanded as his confidence grew. He built a network of hidden campsites throughout the Cascade Range, each one stocked with supplies and tools for disposing of bodies. Some were natural caves hidden behind waterfalls, others were abandoned mining shacks from the gold rush era. A few were simply clearings he had carved from the dense undergrowth, invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. The victims piled up like cordwood. Sarah Martinez, a nature photographer who vanished while documenting old growth ecosystems. Michael Thompson, a geology professor who disappeared during a solo research expedition. Jennifer Wu, a medical student who never returned from a weekend camping trip. Each death was attributed to the inherent dangers of wilderness recreation. The forest had claimed them, just as it had claimed countless others throughout history. Robert's methodology was brutally efficient. He would intercept victims on established trails, usually during the late afternoon when they were tired and eager for help. His approach was always the same: a friendly local who knew secret places the guidebooks never mentioned. He carried legitimate forestry credentials, wore the uniform of a backcountry ranger, spoke the language of conservation and wilderness protection. People trusted him because he looked like someone who belonged in these mountains. The kills were quick and quiet. Robert preferred blunt force trauma, a rock, an axe, sometimes just his bare hands if the victim was small enough. He never used firearms because gunshots echoed too far in the thin mountain air. He never used knives because they created too much blood, attracted too many scavengers. Death came fast and silent, leaving no trace except another missing person report that would eventually go cold. Body disposal was Robert's specialty. He had studied the decomposition process, understood how altitude and temperature affected the rate of decay. He knew which ravines flooded during spring runoff, which areas were frequented by bears and coyotes, which fallen trees created natural burial chambers that would hide remains for decades. Some bodies he weighted down in mountain lakes. Others he fed to the forest floor, covering them with layers of pine needles and fallen branches that would accelerate the return to earth. But Robert's greatest advantage wasn't his knowledge of the wilderness or his skill at covering tracks. It was the sheer vastness of his hunting ground. The Cascade Range encompassed millions of acres of some of the most rugged terrain in North America. Search and rescue teams could spend weeks looking for a single missing hiker without covering more than a fraction of the possible area. Bodies hidden in the right spots would never be found, not in 10 years, not in 50. The killing spree might have continued indefinitely if Robert hadn't made the mistake of targeting someone who was smarter than his usual prey. Her name was Dr. Elizabeth Hartley, a wilderness survival instructor and former Army Ranger who had come to the Cascades to scout locations for a new training program. Unlike Robert's previous victims, Elizabeth wasn't some weekend warrior playing at adventure. She was a professional who understood that the most dangerous predator in any wilderness was often the one wearing a friendly smile. Robert encountered Elizabeth on the Pacific Crest Trail, where she was documenting water sources and emergency shelter locations. He used his standard approach, the helpful local who knew places that weren't on any maps. Elizabeth seemed interested, even grateful for his insider knowledge. But she was also observant, noting inconsistencies in Robert's story, subtle signs that suggested he knew more about recent disappearances than any innocent forest ranger should. When Robert offered to guide Elizabeth to a remote waterfall that would be perfect for her survival course, she agreed to follow him, but she also left detailed notes in her truck, including Robert's description, license plate number, and the exact coordinates where they were headed. She carried two GPS devices, a satellite communicator, and enough firepower to stop a charging bear. Elizabeth Hartley wasn't going to become another statistic in the missing persons files. The confrontation happened in a clearing that Robert had used for previous kills, a natural amphitheater surrounded by dense timber where screams couldn't escape and bodies could disappear without a trace. Robert was reaching for his camp axe when Elizabeth drew her sidearm and ordered him to the ground. The game was over, and for the first time in his killing career, Robert found himself looking down the barrel of a gun held by someone who knew exactly what he was. Elizabeth held Robert at gunpoint for 3 hours until the search helicopter she had summoned found their location. During those 3 hours, with nothing left to lose, Robert began talking. He described kill sites, burial locations, victim identifications. He talked about the pleasure he found in watching city people realize they were lost, the satisfaction of being the last face they saw before the forest claimed them forever. The investigation that followed Robert's arrest was one of the largest in Oregon's history. Search teams equipped with ground penetrating radar and cadaver dogs combed through thousands of acres of wilderness, following Robert's directions to locations where he had hidden his victims. They found remains in caves, ravines, and shallow graves scattered across 3 mountain ranges. Some bodies had been reduced to scattered bones. Others were preserved by the cold mountain air and acidic soil. Robert Kellerman confessed to 23 murders spanning nearly a decade, though investigators suspected the true number was higher. He had kept meticulous records of his kills, including photographs, personal items taken from victims, and detailed maps showing disposal locations. His cabin in the foothills contained what could only be described as a trophy room, filled with driver's licenses, jewelry, and camping gear that had belonged to people who were never coming home. The trial was a media sensation, not because Robert was particularly charismatic or his methods unusually shocking, but because of what his case revealed about the vulnerability of outdoor recreation. Millions of people ventured into America's wilderness areas every year, trusting that the biggest dangers they faced were natural ones: weather, wildlife, terrain. The idea that a predator could be stalking hiking trails, wearing the uniform of protection while hunting human prey, shattered the illusion of safety that made wilderness recreation possible. Robert was convicted on 21 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent his final years on death row drawing detailed maps of the Cascade Mountains, marking locations where he claimed to have hidden additional victims. Some of these locations checked out when investigated. Others led search teams on wild goose chases through impassable terrain. Robert seemed to enjoy the power he still held over the families of missing persons, the ability to offer hope or despair with each new revelation. He was executed by lethal injection in 2019, taking with him the exact locations of bodies that remain hidden in the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. His case prompted changes in how missing persons cases are handled in national forests, but it also raised uncomfortable questions about the thousands of people who disappear in America's wilderness areas every year. How many of those disappearances are actually murders? How many other Robert Kellermans are out there using the isolation and vastness of wild places to hide their crimes? The answer, according to FBI behavioral analysts, is more than anyone wants to contemplate. Serial killers who operate in remote areas have significant advantages over their urban counterparts. They can dispose of evidence more effectively, operate without witnesses, and target victims who are isolated from help. The wilderness doesn't just hide their crimes, it erases them completely, leaving behind only missing person reports and families who will never know what happened to their loved ones. But the forests of Oregon weren't the only place where predators were using isolation as a weapon. Hundreds of miles to the south, in the sun scorched desert of Nevada, another killer was perfecting a different kind of wilderness hunting. His name was Thomas Brennan, and his preferred method of murder was letting the desert itself do most of the work. Thomas grew up in Reno, where the Sierra Nevada mountains meet the Great Basin Desert, and the landscape shifts from pine forests to alkali flats in the space of a few miles. Born in 1963 to parents who owned a small trucking company, Thomas learned early that Nevada was a state where things could disappear without explanation. Trucks broke down in the middle of nowhere and were stripped for parts. Before tow trucks could reach, bones would bleach white them. Travelers took wrong turns and wandered into landscapes so hostile that there before anyone found them. The Nevada desert was perfect for Thomas's purposes. Hundreds of thousands of square miles of terrain where a person could walk for days without seeing another human being, where summer temperatures could kill the unprepared in hours, and winter storms could bury evidence for months. Unlike the lush forests where Robert Kellerman had operated, the desert offered no natural camouflage for bodies. But it offered something better: the certainty that anything left, exposed to the elements, would be reduced to scattered bones within weeks. Thomas's victims were usually people passing through Nevada on their way somewhere else, truckers whose rigs had broken down on remote highways, tourists whose cars had overheated in the middle of nowhere, hitchhikers looking for rides to California or Colorado or anywhere but the empty vastness of the Great Basin. They were people whose absence wouldn't be noticed immediately, whose disappearances could be attributed to the inherent dangers of traveling through one of America's most desolate regions. His first kill happened in 1985 when Thomas was working as a tow truck driver for his family's business. He responded to a breakdown call on Highway 50, the so-called loneliest road in America, where a salesman from Sacramento had been stranded for 6 hours with a blown radiator. The man was grateful when Thomas arrived, eager to get back on the road to his next appointment. He climbed into the tow truck's passenger seat, chattering about his wife and kids while Thomas drove deeper into the desert. 20 miles from the nearest town, Thomas pulled off onto a dirt road that led to an abandoned mining operation. When the salesman asked where they were going, Thomas explained that he needed to check on some equipment his company stored at the old mine site. The man seemed nervous, but didn't protest. He was city soft, completely dependent on Thomas for survival in this hostile landscape. Thomas killed him with a tire iron, 3 quick blows to the head, while the salesman was looking at the rusted mining equipment. The body went into an old mine shaft that dropped 200 feet into solid rock. Thomas threw the man's luggage, wallet, and car keys in after him, then used a bulldozer that had been abandoned at the site to cover the shaft opening with rocks and debris. Within an hour, there was no trace that the salesman had ever been there. The beauty of Thomas's system was its simplicity. Nevada was riddled with abandoned mines, ghost towns, and military test sites where civilians weren't supposed never be found. Remains left in the desert would bed to go. Bodies dropped into mine shafts would indistinguishable from the bones of animals ached by the sun until they were scattered by scavengers and bluscus that died of natural causes. The vastness of the landscape made systematic searches impossible. Over the next 12 years, Thomas killed with the methodical efficiency of a man who understood that the desert was his partner in crime. He targeted on his help for survival. He began monitoring police scanners. Responding savior was actually their executive motorists were perfect victims. D people who were already isolated, already vulnerable, already dependent grateful for rescue, Truiner. Thomas's hunting ground expanded as his confidence grew of anyone who offered assistance, completely unaware that they're to break down calls before official tow trucks could reach the scene. He installed CB radios in remote locations, broadcasting fake emergency messages to lure victims into areas where their screams would be swallowed by the endless silence of the desert. He learned which highways were most dangerous, which stretches of road claimed the most lives through mechanical failure and driver error. The kills were always wouldn't raise suspicions if found in his truck. He never used firearms because quick and efficient. Thomas preferred blunt force trauma, wrenches, tire irons, rocks, weapons because they required getting Toozle flashes could be seen for that were common in automotive environments and miles in the clear desert air. He never used knives, would dissolve flesh and bone within bodies. He dropped into geothermal pools that 100-mile radius of Reno, some canyon, and remote military zone within a three's specialty. He had mapped every abandoned mine shaft, hidden they were going to die. Body disposal was Thomas back with the desperate strength of people who knew close to victims who might fight days. Others he buried in alkali flats, where the caustic soil would accelerate decomposition. A few he simply left, exposed to the elements, knowing that desert scavengers would scatter the remains across miles of wilderness. Thomas's greatest advantage was the sheer hostility of his environment. The Nevada desert killed people through natural causes all the time. Dehydration, exposure, getting in rescue teams were accustomed to finding a fractured temple could have been caused bodies of people who had died from the harsh conditions rather than human violence. A skull with by a fall from a cliff, a decade without detection. The killing spree continued for over-result of animal predation. Scattered bones could have been the lost in terrain that all looked the same. Search the desert provided perfect cover for murder. Thomas refined his technique, expanded a body count that would never items that reminded him of their final moments. The victims had never been found. Fed his hunting ground and accumulate be fully known. He kept trophies from his victims. The mistake of targeting someone who had prepared for the jewelry, photographs, personal garage became a museum of the disappeared, filled with evidence of crimes that had never been reported because end came in 1997 when Thomas Maid Hall trucker, who had been driving years. She knew the dangers of remote Santos was a long possibility of predators. Maria crossed country routes for 15 highways, understood that the biggest and vulnerable threat to solo travelers wasn't mechanical failure, but it on the STR human predators who pre. When Maria's truck broke down on Highway 6, she didn't wait for help to find her. She activated a satellite beacon defensive positions around her disable, called for assistance on multiple radio frequencies, and prepared rig. When Thomas arrived in his tow truck, offering to help with what he claimed was a simple radiator problem, Maria was polite but cautious. Thomas's usual routine involved getting victims away from their vehicles, isolating them in locations where they couldn't escape or call for help. But Maria refused to leave her truck. She insisted that any repairs be done on site, kept her CB radio active, and maintained constant communication with other truckers in the area. When Thomas suggested they drive to his shop in town for parts, Maria declined. She would wait for the official tow truck, she said. It was company policy. Thomas realized he was dealing with someone who understood the rules of survival in hostile territory. Maria wasn't going to be lured into a vulnerable position. She wasn't going to trust a stranger with her life just because he wore coveralls and drove a tow truck. Thomas needed to adapt his approach, but adaptation meant exposure, and exposure meant risk. The attack came just after midnight, when Thomas thought Maria would be asleep in her cab. He approached her truck with a crowbar, planning to smash the driver's side window and kill her before she could radio for help. But Maria wasn't asleep. She was waiting, watching, armed with a pistol that she knew how to use. The gunshot echoed across the desert for miles, a sound that other truckers on the highway recognized immediately. Within minutes, Maria's CB radio was crackling with voices offering assistance. Within an hour, Nevada State Police were on the scene, finding Thomas bleeding on the ground beside Maria's truck with a bullet wound in his shoulder and a crowbar in his hand. Thomas tried to claim he had been checking on a stranded motorist when someone shot him, but the evidence told a different story. His tow truck contained tools that had no legitimate automotive purpose: shovels, lime, plastic sheeting. His garage, when searched, yielded a horrifying collection of personal items that had belonged to people who had vanished on Nevada highways over the past 12 years. The investigation that followed Thomas's arrest was complicated by the vastness of his hunting ground and the efficiency of his disposal methods. Search teams found remains at some of the locations Thomas identified, but many of his claimed burial sites yielded nothing but empty desert. The extreme conditions had done their work too well, reducing bodies to scattered fragments that were impossible to identify or even recognize as human. Thomas Brennan confessed to 37 murders, though investigators believed the true number was higher. He had operated for over a decade in some of America's most remote territory, targeting victims who wouldn't be missed and disposing of bodies in ways that guaranteed they would never be found. His case highlighted the vulnerability of people who traveled alone through isolated areas, the ease with which predators could exploit the trust that stranded travelers placed in anyone offering help. Thomas was convicted on 18 counts of first degree murder, the only cases where remains could be definitively identified and linked to his activities. He was sentenced to death but died of natural causes in 2015 while still on death row, taking with him the locations of bodies that remain hidden in the vast emptiness of the Nevada desert. His story, like those of Marcus Delacroix, Vincent Shaw, Eugene Thibodeau, and Robert Kellerman, represents something terrifying about the geography of murder in America. These weren't urban predators operating in the shadows of cities. They were wilderness killers who used isolation, terrain, and the hostile beauty of remote places to hide crimes that might never be solved. They understood that America's vast spaces could swallow evidence as completely as they swallowed their victims, leaving behind only questions that would never be answered and families who would never find closure. In the next chapter of this dark compilation, we'll explore killers who operated not in remote wilderness, but in the forgotten corners of urban America, the abandoned buildings, underground tunnels, and industrial wastelands where cities hide their secrets and predators can hunt without fear of discovery. But the cities held their own monsters, predators who understood that urban decay could hide secrets just as effectively as any wilderness. In the rusted heart of Detroit, where entire neighborhoods had been abandoned to time and economic collapse, a killer named Raymond Voss was building his own empire of death in the shadows of a dying metropolis. Raymond was born in 1966 in what had once been the thriving Corktown district, back when the auto plants were running 3 shifts and every house on his block hummed with the sounds of families building American dreams. But by the time Raymond reached his teens, those dreams had curdled into something else entirely. The factories had closed, the families had fled, and entire city blocks stood empty like broken teeth in a skull. Raymond's father had been a line supervisor at the Rouge River plant until the layoffs came in waves during the early 80s. After that, Frank Voss spent his days drinking Stroh's beer and his nights taking his frustrations out on whoever was closest. Raymond learned early that violence was just another form of communication, that pain was something you either gave or received, and that the empty houses around them were perfect places to scream without anyone hearing. The first body was discovered in November 1989 in the basement of a burned-out Victorian on Michigan Avenue. The victim was identified as Marcus Williams, a homeless veteran who had been using the abandoned house for shelter. He had been bound with electrical wire, tortured with what appeared to be automotive tools, then strangled with a length of rubber hose. The killing was brutal, methodical, but the location made investigation nearly impossible. The house had been empty for 6 years. There were no neighbors to interview, no witnesses to question. The building was scheduled for demolition, part of an urban renewal project that would never receive funding. Detective Sarah Chen, one of the few investigators willing to work the case, found herself examining a crime scene that might as well have been on another planet. No fingerprints survived on the water-damaged surfaces. No footprints could be lifted from floors that had been rotting for years. What Detective Chen didn't know was that Raymond had been preparing that basement for months. He had cleared away debris, installed battery powered lighting, even brought in a generator to power the tools he used for his work. The Victorian on Michigan Avenue wasn't just a crime scene, it was Raymond's workshop, carefully designed for the methodical destruction of human life. Raymond's second victim was found 3 weeks later in an abandoned warehouse near the Detroit River. This time, it was a prostitute named Angela Torres, discovered by urban explorers who were photographing the ruins of industrial America. She had been subjected to the same treatment as Marcus Williams, but with Refn, bound, tortured, strangled, immense that suggested the killer was learning, improving his technique. The warehouse was a perfect killing ground, massive, isolated, with dozens of rooms and corridors where screams would echo uselessly before fading into silence. Raymond had been scouting abandoned buildings across Detroit for years, understanding that a city in collapse provided endless opportunities for someone with his particular interests. Every empty factory, every condemned apartment building, every shuttered storefront was a potential theater for the dramas he wanted to stage. But Raymond wasn't just using Detroit's urban decay, he was studying it, learning from it, becoming part of it. He got a job with a demolition company, which gave him legitimate access to buildings that were scheduled for destruction. He learned which structures would be torn down quickly and which might stand empty for years. He developed relationships with security guards, city inspectors, and urban explorers who could tell him which locations were truly abandoned and which were still being monitored. Over the next 4 years, Raymond killed with the systematic efficiency of a man who understood that his city was dying and that dying cities didn't investigate disappearances very thoroughly. His victims were drawn from Detroit's invisible population: homeless veterans, drug addicts, prostitutes, undocumented immigrants, people who existed in the margins, whose absence wouldn't trigger massive investigations or media attention. Raymond's killing sites rotated through the urban wasteland that Detroit had become. An abandoned school in Brightmoor, where he installed soundproofing in the principal's office. A closed auto parts plant in Delray, where he built holding cells in the old break room. A condemned apartment complex in Corktown, where he created what he called his gallery, rooms where he displayed the personal effects of his victims like trophies in a museum. The torture sessions could last for days. Raymond had perfected techniques for keeping victims alive and conscious through extended periods of agony. He used automotive tools, wrenches, pliers, battery cables, instruments that felt natural in his hands and were common enough that their presence in abandoned buildings wouldn't raise suspicions. He recorded everything on videotape, creating a library of suffering that he reviewed like a filmmaker studying his craft. Body disposal was Raymond's specialty. Detroit's abandoned buildings provided perfect locations for hiding remains. He sealed bodies inside walls during renovation projects. He dropped them into flooded basements that would never be pumped dry. He cremated them in the industrial furnaces that still functioned in some of the empty factories. The city was so broken, so overwhelmed with legitimate problems, that a few more bodies in the ruins barely registered. But Raymond's greatest advantage wasn't the abundance of killing sites or disposal locations. It was the simple fact that Detroit had become a place where death was unremarkable. The city was hemorrhaging population, losing 1,000 residents every month to crime, economic collapse, and simple despair. In that context, a few more missing persons reports were statistical noise, background radiation in a metropolitan area that was slowly dying. Raymond's empire of urban death might have continued indefinitely if he hadn't made the mistake of targeting someone who belonged to a community that still had power. Her name was Jennifer Kowalski, a documentary filmmaker who had come to Detroit to create a film about urban renewal efforts in the city's most devastated neighborhoods. Jennifer was different from Raymond's usual victims. She had money, connections, and a team of people who knew exactly where she was supposed to be at any given time. When she failed to return from a scheduled shoot in an abandoned auto plant, her disappearance triggered the kind of investigation that Detroit's homeless population never received. The search for Jennifer involved FBI agents, state police, and private security firms hired by her family. They had resources, technology, and most importantly, they had motivation. Jennifer wasn't just another casualty of urban decay. She was someone who mattered to people with the power to demand answers. The investigation led them through Detroit's underground, through the network of urban explorers, demolition workers, and scavengers who made their living in the ruins. They interviewed security guards who had seen suspicious activity in abandoned buildings. They talked to homeless people who had witnessed things they were afraid to report. Slowly, methodically, they built a profile of someone who was using Detroit's abandoned spaces for something other than shelter or exploration. The break came when investigators found Jennifer's camera equipment in a pawn shop on 8 Mile Road. The owner remembered the man who had sold it, tall, thin, with automotive grease permanently embedded under his fingernails. He had paid with cash and given a false name, but he had also mentioned working for a demolition company. There were only 6 such companies still operating in Detroit, and only one employed someone matching the description. Raymond Voss was arrested at his apartment in Corktown, 3 blocks from the abandoned Victorian, where he had claimed his first victim. The search of his residence revealed a collection of videotapes, personal effects from victims, and detailed maps of Detroit's abandoned buildings, marked with symbols that investigators would later learn indicated killing sites, disposal locations, and storage areas for equipment. The trial that followed was unlike anything Detroit had seen. Raymond had confessed to 23 murders spanning 6 years, but the physical evidence was scattered across dozens of crime scenes throughout the city. Some of his claimed victims had never been reported missing. Others had been written off as casualties of drug violence or gang warfare. The prosecution had to prove not just that Raymond was a killer, but that he was responsible for deaths that the city had never properly investigated. Raymond showed no remorse during the proceedings. When asked why he killed, he explained that Detroit was already dying, that he was simply speeding up a natural process. His victims, he claimed, were better off dead than living in the ruins of a failed city. He saw himself not as a murderer, but as an agent of urban renewal, clearing away the human debris that littered Detroit's abandoned spaces. The jury needed less than 2 hours to convict Raymond Voss of first-degree murder on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, where he remains today, still drawing maps of Detroit's abandoned buildings, and still claiming that there are bodies hidden in locations he has never revealed. But Raymond's story was just one chapter in the larger narrative of urban predators who used America's decaying cities as hunting grounds. 300 miles south, in the Rust Belt ruins of Youngstown, Ohio, another killer was perfecting a different approach to metropolitan murder. David Torino understood that dying cities had rhythms, patterns of abandonment and renewal that created opportunities for someone with his particular skills. Born in 1959 in Youngstown's South Side, David had watched his hometown transform from a thriving steel city into a post industrial wasteland where entire neighborhoods existed in a state of suspended decay. The steel mills had closed when David was in his 20s, taking with them the economic foundation that had supported 3 generations of his family. His father had worked at Hazleton Works for 37 years before the plant shut down in 1985. His grandfather had died in a foundry accident at Republic Steel in 1963. David grew up believing that Youngstown would always be a place where working men could earn living wages in exchange for backbreaking labor and the constant risk of industrial death. But the mills were gone, and what remained was a city that had lost half its population in 20 years. Entire blocks stood empty, their windows boarded up, their yards returning to wilderness. The municipal government was broke, the police department was understaffed, and the few remaining residents had learned to handle their own problems rather than calling for help that might never come. David found work as a security guard for a company that monitored abandoned industrial sites throughout the Mahoning Valley. His job was to prevent theft, vandalism, and unauthorized access to properties that were too expensive to demolish and too worthless to sell. He carried keys to dozens of empty buildings, knew which ones had functioning utilities, and which ones had been stripped bare by scavengers. The work suited David's temperament perfectly. He was a solitary man who preferred the company of empty buildings to living people. The abandoned factories and warehouses felt like cathedrals to him, vast spaces where his footsteps echoed like prayers and his voice could carry for hundreds of yards without reaching another human ear. He began spending his off-duty hours in these buildings, exploring their hidden spaces, learning their secrets. David's first kill happened almost by accident. He was making his evening rounds at a closed auto parts plant when he discovered a homeless man who had broken in looking for copper wire to steal. David confronted the intruder, intending to escort him off the property, but something about the man's attitude triggered a rage that surprised David with its intensity. The homeless man was dismissive, contemptuous, treating David like just another minimum wage security guard who didn't deserve respect. He made jokes about David's job, his appearance elliness. His obvious lawn words hit David like physical blows, awakening something that had been sleeping inside him for years. Before he fully understood what he was doing, David had grabbed a length of pipe and beaten the man to death. The body went into one of the plant's industrial furnaces, which David fired up for the first time in years. By morning, there was nothing left but ash and bone fragments that looked indistinguishable from the industrial waste that had been accumulating in the building since it closed. The homeless man's disappearance wasn't even reported. He was just another transient who had moved on to the next city, the next opportunity, the next disappointment. But the killing had awakened something in David that couldn't be put back to sleep. Over the next 3 years, he began hunting systematically through Youngstown's abandoned spaces, targeting the people who used empty buildings for shelter, drug deals, or other activities that brought them into contact with his security patrols. David's victims were almost exclusively drawn from the city's underground economy: drug dealers, prostitutes, thieves, squatters, people who couldn't report crimes without exposing themselves to legal consequences, whose disappearances were more likely to be attributed to the dangerous lifestyles they led than to predatory violence. David understood that in a city like Youngstown, certain people could vanish without creating ripples. The killing sites rotated through David's territory, the dozens of abandoned buildings he was paid to monitor. Each location offered different advantages for murder and body disposal. The OL Vulnerable Targets to General Motors facility had blast furnaces that could reduce as that could dissolve human remains completely. David's techniques evolved with practice. D. Copperweld plant had acid bee bodies to powdered ash in hours. The abandoned Chevrolet assembly plant had a car crusher that still functioned. The close he learned to identify the most people who were isolated from support networks and wouldn't be missed quickly. He developed methods for luring victims into kill zones, offering them shelter, drugs, or money in exchange for accompanying him to buildings where they would never be seen again. He perfected disposal techniques that left no trace, no evidence, no indication that murder had occurred. But David's greatest advantage was the simple fact that Youngstown had become a city where violence was commonplace and death was unremarkable. The murder rate was among the highest in Ohio. Drug-related shootings happened weekly, and the police department was overwhelmed with cases they actually had a chance of solving. A few more bodies in the abandoned industrial district weren't a priority for investigators who were struggling to handle gang warfare and domestic violence in the neighborhoods where people still lived. The pattern continued for years. David would encounter someone during his security rounds, determine that they were expendable, and arrange for their elimination. The bodies disappeared into the industrial infrastructure of a dead city, processed through machinery that had once manufactured steel and automobiles, but now served a darker purpose. David's downfall came when he made the mistake of targeting someone who had connections beyond Youngstown's underground economy. Maria Santos was a social worker from Cleveland who had come to the city to document the living conditions of homeless populations in abandoned buildings. She was conducting interviews for a state report on housing policy when she encountered David during one of his patrols. David offered to show Maria around the industrial district, claiming he could provide access to buildings where homeless populations had established semi-permanent settlements. Maria was grateful for his assistance and agreed to meet him the following evening for what he described as a comprehensive tour of the area's abandoned facilities. But Maria had also informed her supervisor in Cleveland about her plans, including the name and description of the security guard who had offered to help with her research. When she failed to return to her hotel that night, the Cleveland office initiated a search that involved state police, FBI agents, and private investigators hired by Maria's family. The investigation revealed David's extensive access to abandoned buildings throughout the Mahoning Valley, his detailed knowledge of which facilities had functioning utilities, and his familiarity with industrial processes that could be used for body disposal. Investigators found evidence of recent activity in buildings that were supposed to be completely abandoned. Fresh tire tracks, disturbed dust patterns, signs that machinery had been operated recently. The breakthrough came when forensic specialists discovered trace amounts of human DNA in the acid baths at the old Copperweld plant. The genetic material was too degraded to identify specific individuals, but it was enough to prove that human remains had been processed through the industrial equipment. When confronted with this evidence, David confessed to murdering Maria Santos and began describing other kills that spanned nearly a decade. David Torino ultimately confessed to 31 murders, though investigators believed the true number was higher. He had operated for years in a city that was too broken to investigate disappearances thoroughly, targeting victims who existed on the margins of society and disposing of bodies through industrial processes that left virtually no evidence. His trial highlighted the vulnerability of America's post-industrial cities, places where economic collapse had created vast dead zones that predators could use as hunting grounds. Fed warehouses that dot abandoned factories and the Rust Belt weren't just symbols of economic decline. They were crime scenes waiting to happen, places where killers could operate with near impunity. David was convicted on 18 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died in his cell in 2019, taking with him the locations of bodies that had been processed through machinery designed for manufacturing but repurposed for murder. His case became a textbook study of how urban decay could enable serial killing, how the collapse of industrial infrastructure created opportunities for predators who understood the rhythms of abandonment and renewal. But the Rust Belt wasn't the only place where cities were dying and killers were thriving. Further west, in the abandoned mining towns of Colorado, another predator was using the remnants of America's extractive economy to hide crimes that would challenge every assumption about how serial killers operated in the modern age. The town of Silverbrook had been dead for 15 years when Thomas Keller decided to make it his home. Once a thriving silver mining community nestled in a valley high in the Colorado Rockies, Silverbrook had been abandoned when the ore played out in the 1980s. The last residents had left by 1990, taking with them everything portable and leaving behind a ghost town of empty houses, shuttered businesses, and mining equipment too expensive to remove. Thomas discovered Silverbrook in 2005 while working as a geological surveyor for a mining company that was evaluating old claims for potential copper extraction. He was supposed to spend 3 days documenting the abandoned infrastructure and assessing the environmental impact of renewed mining operations. Instead, he spent a week exploring every building, every mine shaft, every hidden corner of a town that had been frozen in time. Silverbrook was perfect for Thomas's purposes. The town was completely isolated, accessible only by a dirt road that was impassable for 6 months of the year due to snow. There were no neighbors, no witnesses, no authorities within 50 miles. The abandoned buildings provided ready-made shelters that could be modified for any purpose. Most importantly, the old mining operations had left behind infrastructure that could be repurposed for activities the original miners had never imagined. Thomas began visiting Silverbrook regularly, ostensibly to conduct geological surveys, but actually to prepare the town for a different kind of operation. He restored power to several buildings using solar panels and generators. He stockpiled supplies in the old general store. He repaired the access road and installed security cameras to monitor anyone who might stumble upon his activities. But Thomas wasn't planning to live in Silverbrook alone. He was planning to bring guests, people who would arrive voluntarily but would never leave. The abandoned mining town was about to become the stage for a killing spree that would redefine the concept of remote murder. Thomas's victims were hitchhikers and backpackers who were traveling through Colorado's mountain regions. He would pick them up on remote highways, offering rides to destinations that were supposedly on his route. The conversations were always friendly, helpful. Thomas presented himself as a local who knew the best camping spots, the most scenic routes, the hidden gems that tourists never discovered. The detour to Silverbrook was always presented as a brief stop, a chance to see an authentic ghost town that wasn't marked on any tourist maps. Thomas would drive his victims up the winding mountain road, pointing out wildlife and geological formations, building their excitement and about discovering a piece of Colorado history that few people ever saw. By the time his passengers realized they were trapped, it was too late. Silverbrook was 40 miles from the nearest paved road, surrounded by wilderness that could kill the unprepared, even in summer. Thomas had removed the distributor cap from his truck, claiming mechanical problems that would require overnight repairs. His victims had no choice but to accept his hospitality while he worked on the engine. The hospitality extended indefinitely. Thomas had converted several buildings in Silverbrook into what he called guest accommodations, rooms that could be locked from the outside, windows that had been boarded shut, doors that opened only with keys that Thomas controlled. His victims found themselves prisoners in a town that existed on no current maps, where screams would echo uselessly through empty streets before fading into mountain silence. Thomas kept his prisoners alive for weeks, sometimes months. He provided food, water, and basic medical care. He wanted them healthy enough to appreciate the full experience of slow death in an abandoned place. He gave them books to read, games to play, even art supplies for those who showed creative inclinations. Silverbrook became a grotesque parody of a resort town, where the guests could check in but could never leave. The psychological torture was more sophisticated than the physical abuse. Thomas would promise his victims that they could earn their freedom through good behavior, through cooperation, through demonstrating that they had learned important lessons about survival and self-reliance. He created elaborate point systems and reward programs that gave prisoners hope while ensuring they would never accumulate enough credits to actually leave. Some victims lasted longer than others. Those who adapted to life in Silverbrook, who accepted their situation and made themselves useful to Thomas, might survive for months before he decided they had outlived their purpose. Others broke quickly, becoming catatonic or suicidal within weeks of arrival. Thomas found both psychological perspective. Body disposal, in responses equally interesting from a Silverbrook, was elegantly simple. The abandoned mine shafts dropped hundreds of feet into solid rock, creating natural burial chambers that would preserve remains indefinitely. Thomas would hold funeral services for his deceased guests, reading from religious texts while lowering their bodies into the depths of the earth. He saw himself as a shepherd, guiding lost souls through a necessary transformation, helping them understand fundamental truths about isolation, dependence, and mortality. The killing spree continued for 3 years, with Thomas claiming at least 27 victims who had simply vanished while traveling through Colorado's mountain regions. The disappearances were attributed to the inherent dangers of wilderness recreation. People got lost, fell from cliffs, were killed by wildlife, or simply wandered into terrain so hostile that their bodies would never be recovered. Thomas's operation in Silverbrook might have continued indefinitely if he hadn't made the mistake of targeting a victim who had prepared for the possibility of abduction. Sarah Mitchell was an experienced backpacker who had been traveling alone through the Colorado Rockies for 2 weeks when Thomas offered her a ride near Georgetown. She accepted his offer, but also activated a GPS beacon that would alert search and rescue teams if she failed to check in within 24 hours. When Sarah's beacon triggered an emergency response, search teams had her exact location up to the point where she had gotten into Thomas's truck. They also had witness descriptions of the vehicle and driver from other travelers who had seen them together. The search that followed was one of the largest in Colorado history, involving aircraft, ground teams, and specialized investigators who understood that they were looking for evidence of a crime rather than an accident. The trail led them to Silverbrook, where investigators found a ghost town that had been converted into something resembling a concentration camp. The abandoned buildings contained prison cells, torture chambers, and living quarters where victims had been held for extended periods. The mine shafts yielded remains that would take months to identify, some so well preserved by the cold mountain air that they looked like they had died recently. Thomas was arrested without resistance, sitting calmly in the old saloon where he had been reading philosophy books while waiting for Sarah Mitchell to accept her new reality. When investigators found Sarah locked in what had been the town's jail, she was physically unharmed but psychologically shattered by 3 days of psychological manipulation designed to break her will to resist. The trial that followed revealed the full scope of Thomas's operation in Silverbrook. He had documented everything: photographs of victims, detailed psychological profiles, recordings of their final moments. He had treated the abandoned mining town as a laboratory for studying human behavior under extreme conditions, with himself as the principal investigator and his victims as unwilling research subjects. Thomas Keller was convicted on 27 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He showed no remorse during the proceedings, instead lecturing the court about the philosophical implications of his research. He claimed that his work in Silverbrook had revealed fundamental truths about human nature, that his victims had experienced a kind of enlightenment through suffering that most people would never achieve. He was executed by lethal injection in 2018, but his case continued to haunt investigators who understood that Thomas represented a new evolution in serial killing. He had combined the isolation advantages of wilderness murder with the infrastructure benefits of urban killing, creating a hybrid approach that was nearly undetectable and almost impossible to stop once it began. The abandoned mining towns that dotted the American West represented thousands of potential Silverbrooks, isolated locations where predators could operate without interference, where victims could be held for extended periods, where bodies could be disposed of in ways that would hide evidence for decades or centuries. Thomas's case prompted renewed attention to these ghost towns, but the sheer number of abandoned communities made comprehensive monitoring impossible. In the final analysis, these stories of forgotten killers reveal something terrifying about the geography of murder in America. Whether operating in wilderness areas, decaying cities, or abandoned towns, these predators understood that isolation was their greatest weapon. They found places where screams couldn't be heard, where bodies would never be found, where their crimes could remain hidden until long after they had moved on to new hunting grounds. The victims of these forgotten killers shared certain characteristics. They were vulnerable, isolated, and often invisible to the systems that were supposed to protect them. They were homeless veterans, undocumented immigrants, sex workers, drifters, and adventurers who had chosen to explore the empty spaces of America without understanding the predators who might be waiting there. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these cases wasn't the brutality of the crimes or the sophistication of the killers. It was the realization that for every Marcus Delacroix, Vincent Shaw, Eugene Thibodeau, Robert Kellerman, Thomas Brennan, Raymond Voss, David Torino, and Thomas Keller, who was eventually caught, there might be dozens of others who are still operating in the vast empty spaces of America, still hunting, still killing, still feeding bodies to the wilderness and the ruins and the abandoned places where no one thinks to look. The United States contains millions of acres of uninhabited land, thousands of ghost towns, countless abandoned buildings, and endless miles of remote highways where travelers can disappear without a impunity, confident trace. In these spaces, predators can operate with near that their crimes will be, or simple dissap attributed to natural causes, accidents, errances that generate missing persons reports, but no serious investigations. These forgotten killers remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with headlines and documentaries. Sometimes it operates in silence, in darkness, in places so remote that its victims' screams are swallowed by wind and emptiness before they can reach human ears. They prove that the most dangerous predators are often the ones we never hear about, the ones whose names never appear in true crime documentaries, whose stories are buried as deep as the bodies they left scattered across America's forgotten landscapes. The pattern extends beyond individual killers to something more systematic, more terrifying in its implications. In the research files of the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, there exists a category of cases that investigators privately call geography murders, killings that are enabled not by the psychology of the perpetrator, but by the physical isolation of the crime scene. These are murders that could only happen in places where civilization has retreated, where the infrastructure of law and order has collapsed or never existed in the first place. Consider the case of Margaret Simmons, a killer who operated for over a decade in the abandoned oil fields of West Texas, where pump jacks stood like mechanical vultures against endless horizons, and the nearest neighbor might be 50 miles away. Margaret understood that the oil patch was full of transient workers, drifters following boom and bust cycles, men who moved from job to job without leaving forwarding addresses or maintaining contact with families back home. Margaret ran what appeared to be a boarding house near Odessa, catering to roughnecks and roustabouts who needed the temporary housing between jobs. Her establishment was clean, cheap, and located far enough from town that residents valued their privacy and didn't ask too many questions about each other's business. What they didn't know was that Margaret had been supplementing her income by murdering selected tenants and keeping their final paychecks, Social Security benefits, and accumulated savings. Her method was elegantly simple. She would target men who were isolated, who had no close family connections, who paid their rent in cash and kept their personal business to themselves. A little arsenic in the coffee, administered over several weeks, would produce symptoms that looked like a heart attack or liver failure. In the isolated oil patch, where medical care was scarce and men were accustomed to working through pain and illness, delayed medical attention was common enough that no one questioned why her tenants sometimes died before reaching a hospital. Margaret disposed of bodies in the countless abandoned well sites that dotted the West Texas landscape, deep holes that had been drilled decades earlier and then capped when the oil played out. She would remove the caps, lower the bodies into shafts that dropped hundreds of feet into the earth, then reseal the openings with concrete. The bodies would decompose in the airless depths, and within months there would be no evidence that murder had occurred. The scheme worked for 12 years. Margaret killed at least 37 men, though the exact number will never be known because many of her victims had used false names or had been working off the books. Their disappearances were attributed to the transient nature of oil field work. Men finished their contracts and moved on to the next boom town, the next opportunity, the next chance to strike it rich in the petroleum lottery. Margaret's downfall came when she made the mistake of targeting Billy Hutchinson, a Vietnam veteran who had been staying at her boarding house while working on a drilling crew outside Midland. Billy seemed perfect for Margaret's purposes. He was alone, paid in cash, and had mentioned that he hadn't spoken to his family in over a year. But what Margaret didn't know was that Billy had a daughter in Houston who hired a private investigator when her father's monthly letters stopped arriving. The investigator traced Billy's less known location to Margaret's boarding house, where she claimed he had packed up one morning and left without explanation. But Billy's car was still in the parking lot behind the building, and his personal effects were still in his room. The investigator called the sheriff's department, which initiated a search that revealed inconsistencies in Margaret's story about several former tenants who had allegedly left without notice. When investigators began exhuming bodies from the abandoned well sites that Margaret had been using as graves, they found evidence of systematic murder spanning more than a decade. Margaret Simmons was convicted of 37 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death, but she died of natural causes in 2003 before the sentence could be carried out. Her case illustrated something crucial about geography-enabled murder. The killers who operate in isolated areas don't need to be particularly sophisticated or psychologically complex. They just need to understand the vulnerabilities that isolation creates and the opportunities that empty spaces provide. Margaret wasn't a criminal mastermind or a psychological predator in the traditional sense. She was simply a practical woman who recognized that certain types of people could disappear without generating the kind of investigation that would threaten her operation. But perhaps the most disturbing example of geography enabled murder occurred in the abandoned subway tunnels beneath New York City, where a killer named Francis DeLuca spent 7 years turning the underground infrastructure of America's largest city into his personal hunting ground. Francis understood that even in the most densely populated metropolitan area in the country, there were spaces so forgotten and avoided that murder could occur without detection. The New York subway system contains hundreds of miles of abandoned tunnels, unused stations, and maintenance areas that haven't seen official traffic in decades. These spaces exist in a legal and jurisdictional gray area. They're technically city property, but they're patrolled infrequently and monitored inconsistently. They've become home to communities of people who exist outside the formal economy: homeless individuals, drug addicts, undocumented immigrants, and others who have reasons to avoid contact with authorities. Francis DeLuca worked as a track maintenance supervisor for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, a position that gave him legitimate access to areas of the subway system that most people didn't know existed. He had keys to service doors, maps of abandoned sections, and detailed knowledge of which tunnels were actively used and which had been sealed off for safety reasons. Francis's first victim was a homeless man named Roberto Santos, who had been living in an abandoned station on the Lower East Side for several months. Roberto was mentally ill, suffering from schizophrenia and paranoid delusions that made him avoid contact with social services or medical professionals. He survived by scavenging and occasionally panhandling in the active portions of the subway system, but he always returned to his makeshift shelter in the depths of the abandoned infrastructure. Francis encountered Roberto during a routine inspection of electrical systems in the closed station. Instead of reporting the unauthorized resident to transit police, Francis began a conversation that revealed how completely isolated Roberto was from any support network. Roberto had no family, no friends, no documentation, no connection to any institution that might notice his disappearance. He was, in Francis's assessment, completely expendable. The murder was almost anticlimactic. Francis returned to the abandoned station after his shift ended, found Roberto sleeping in his cardboard shelter, and killed him with a blow to the head from a track maintenance tool. Roberto's body went into a utility tunnel that hadn't been inspected in years, where it would decompose in the darkness alongside the bones of rats and the debris of urban decay. But Roberto's death had awakened something in Francis that demanded feeding. Over the next 7 years, he stalked the underground communities that existed in the margins of New York City, identifying individuals who were so isolated from mainstream society that their disappearances wouldn't generate investigations. His victims included drug addicts who used abandoned stations as shooting galleries, undocumented immigrants who slept in maintenance areas, and mentally ill individuals who had fallen through the cracks of the social service system. Francis's killing method evolved with practice. He learned which areas of the abandoned subway system were most isolated, which tunnels flooded during heavy rains and would wash away evidence, which utility shafts provided perfect locations for hiding bodies. He developed techniques for luring victims into kill zones, offering them food, drugs, or information about safe places to sleep in exchange for following him into areas where their screams would be swallowed by the rumble of trains passing overhead. The underground infrastructure provided perfect conditions for concealing murder. The abandoned tunnels were vast, maze like, and acoustically isolated from the active subway system. Bodies hidden in utility areas might not be discovered for years, if ever. The constant moisture and presence of rats accelerated decomposition, reducing remains to scattered bones that could be mistaken for the skeletons of animals that had died natural deaths in the urban underground. Francis's operation might have continued indefinitely if he hadn't made the mistake of targeting someone who was connected to advocates working with the city's homeless population. Maria Gonzalez was a social worker who had been trying to establish contact with individuals living in the abandoned subway system, part of an outreach program designed to connect them with housing and mental health services. When Maria failed to return from what was supposed to be a routine visit to known homeless encampments in the abandoned tunnels, her disappearance triggered a massive search effort that involved transit police, FBI agents, and specialized urban rescue teams. The searchers found evidence of Maria's presence in areas that were supposed to be completely abandoned. Her identification, personal effects, and signs of struggle in a maintenance area that Francis had been using as a kill zone. The investigation revealed Francis's extensive access to abandoned sections of the subway system and his detailed knowledge of which areas were patrolled and which were ignored. When confronted with evidence linking him to Maria's disappearance, Francis confessed not only to her murder, but to a series of killings that had been occurring in the underground for years. Francis DeLuca ultimately confessed to 43 murders, though investigators suspected the true number was higher. He had operated for years in spaces that existed beneath one of the world's most surveilled cities, proving that even in the most densely populated areas, predators could find hunting grounds where victims could disappear without trace. His trial revealed the vulnerability of America's urban underground populations, people who existed in the spaces between official recognition and social services, who survived in areas that were technically part of the city, but practically beyond the reach of law enforcement. Francis had understood that these individuals could be murdered with near impunity because their absence wouldn't be noticed by anyone with the power to investigate. Francis was convicted of 12 counts of first-degree murder, the only cases where bodies could be recovered and identified, and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died in custody in 2019, taking with him the locations of bodies that remain hidden in the labyrinth beneath New York City. But Francis's case was just one example of how urban infrastructure could enable serial killing. Across the country, in the storm drain systems beneath Las Vegas, another predator was using the hidden spaces of a desert city to conceal crimes that challenged every assumption about where murder could occur in modern America. The Las Vegas storm drain system was designed to handle the flash floods that occasionally swept through the Mojave Desert, carrying millions of gallons of water from rare but intense rainfall events. Most of the time, the tunnels were dry, creating an underground network of concrete passages that stretched for hundreds of miles beneath the neon lit surface of Sin City. These tunnels had become home to an estimated 1,000 people who couldn't afford Las Vegas's increasingly expensive housing market. The underground community included construction workers, casino employees, and retirees whose fixed incomes couldn't keep pace with rising rents. They lived in encampments built from shopping carts and cardboard, creating a parallel city that existed in the darkness beneath the strip. Danny Morrison understood this underground world better than most. He worked as a municipal engineer, responsible for maintaining the storm drain system and ensuring that the tunnels were clear of debris that might impede water flow during flood events. His job required him to patrol the tunnels regularly, documenting encampments and occasionally coordinating with social services to relocate residents before major storms. But Danny had developed a different interest in the tunnel dwellers. He began identifying individuals who were most isolated from the surface world, people who had been underground for years, who had severed connections with family and friends, who existed so far outside the formal economy that their disappearances might not be noticed for months or years. Danny's first victim was Harold Brennan, a former blackjack dealer who had been living in the tunnels for 3 years after losing his apartment and job to gambling addiction. Harold was bitter, paranoid, and hostile to anyone who tried to help him reconnect with social services. He had chosen complete isolation over accepting assistance that might come with restrictions on his behavior. Danny approached Harold during a routine tunnel inspection, engaging him in conversation about the underground community and the challenges of surviving in the storm drains. Harold was suspicious, but eventually accepted Danny's offer of food and cigarettes. When Danny suggested they move to a more private area to avoid being overheard by other tunnel residents, Harold followed him into a section of the system that had been abandoned even by the homeless community. The murder was quick and efficient. Danny used a pipe wrench to crush Harold's skull, then dragged the body to a utility shaft that dropped into a deeper level of the drain system. Harold's remains would decompose in the desert heat, and within months there would be nothing left but scattered bones that would be indistinguishable from the animal skeletons that littered the tunnels. But Harold's death was just the beginning. Over the next 5 years, Danny systematically hunted through the Las Vegas underground, targeting individuals who had been forgotten by the surface world. His victims included drug addicts who used the tunnels as shooting galleries, mentally ill individuals who had been discharged from overcrowded treatment facilities, and elderly people who had fallen through the cracks of the social safety net. Danny's killing technique was refined through practice. He learned which areas of the tunnel system were most isolated, which sections were avoided even by other tunnel dwellers, which utility areas provided perfect hiding places for bodies. He developed methods for gaining victims' trust, presenting himself as someone who understood their situation and could provide assistance or resources that weren't available through official channels. The tunnel system provided ideal conditions for concealing murder. The storm drains were vast, extending far beyond the areas where homeless communities had established settlements. The concrete passages stretched for hundreds of miles, creating a maze of interconnected tunnels that investigators would need years to fully explore. Bodies hidden in the deeper levels of the system would mummify in the dry desert air, preserving evidence but making identification nearly impossible. Danny's hunting ground expanded as his confidence grew. He began targeting surface dwellers who ventured into the tunnels for various reasons: urban explorers, photographers, social workers, researchers studying the underground homeless population. These victims were different from his usual prey because they had connections to the surface world, but they shared a crucial vulnerability. They were alone in spaces where screams would echo uselessly through concrete corridors before fading into desert silence. The pattern continued for years without detection. Las Vegas police were accustomed to missing persons reports involving the city's transient population. People came to Vegas to disappear, to reinvent themselves, to escape from problems in other places. When someone vanished in a city built on the premise that fortunes could change overnight, it was often assumed they had simply moved on to the next opportunity, the next gamble, the next chance to strike it rich in the neon wilderness. Danny's operation might have continued indefinitely if he hadn't made the mistake of targeting Dr. Rachel Kim, a sociology professor from UNLV who was conducting research on the underground homeless population for a federal housing study. Rachel was methodical in her approach, documenting her interviews, sharing her schedule with colleagues, and maintaining regular contact with her research supervisor. When Rachel failed to return from what was supposed to be a routine interview session in the tunnel system, her disappearance triggered an investigation that involved campus police, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police, and specialized urban search teams. The searchers had Rachel's detailed notes about which sections of the storm drains she planned to visit, which tunnel residents she intended to interview, and which access points she would use to enter the underground system. The search revealed evidence of Rachel's presence in areas of the tunnel system that were supposed to be uninhabited. Her research materials, recording equipment, and signs of struggle in a utility area that Danny had been using as a kill zone. When investigators began interviewing tunnel residents about anyone who might have had contact with the missing professor, several people mentioned a city employee who had been asking unusual questions about which areas of the system were most isolated. Danny Morrison was arrested at his apartment near downtown Las Vegas, where investigators found detailed maps of the storm drain system marked with symbols that would later be identified as kill sites and body disposal locations. The search of his residence also revealed personal effects that had belonged to missing persons whose disappearances had been attributed to the transient nature of Las Vegas's population. During interrogation, Danny confessed to 38 murders spanning 5 years, though he claimed the actual number was higher because some of his earliest victims had been reduced to bone fragments that would never be identified. He described his crimes with the same technical precision he brought to his municipal engineering work, explaining drainage patterns, decomposition rates, and the acoustic properties that made the tunnel system perfect for concealing murder. The trial that followed revealed the extent to which urban infrastructure could be weaponized by predators who understood the hidden spaces that existed beneath American cities. Danny had used his professional knowledge to identify vulnerabilities in both the physical environment and the social systems that were supposed to protect society's most vulnerable members. Danny Morrison was convicted on 21 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The jury needed less than 4 hours to reach their verdict after hearing testimony about the systematic way he had hunted human beings in the darkness beneath one of America's most visited cities. He remains on death row in Nevada, still drawing maps of tunnel systems and still claiming knowledge of bodies that have never been recovered. But Danny's case was just another chapter in the larger story of infrastructure enabled murder in America. From the abandoned subway tunnels of New York to the storm drains of Las Vegas, from the empty factories of Detroit to the ghost towns of Colorado, predators had learned to exploit the hidden spaces and forgotten places that existed in the margins of modern civilization. These killers shared certain characteristics that set them apart from more traditional serial murderers. They were methodical rather than impulsive, practical rather than theatrical, invisible rather than attention seeking. They understood that the most effective murders were the ones that were never recognized as murders, the disappearances that were attributed to natural causes or simple bad luck rather than predatory violence. They also understood something crucial about American geography and infrastructure. The country was vast enough and broken enough in places to provide endless opportunities for concealing crime. Whether operating in wilderness areas, decaying cities, abandoned towns, or underground tunnels, these killers had learned to use isolation as their primary weapon. Understanding that in empty spaces, screams couldn't be heard and bodies wouldn't be found. The victims of these forgotten killers shared tragic commonalities. They were isolated, vulnerable, and often invisible to the systems that were supposed to protect them. They were people who existed on the margins of society. The homeless, the mentally ill, the undocumented, the addicted, the simply unlucky who had found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time with no one to notice their absence. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these cases wasn't the sophistication of the killers or the brutality of their methods. It was the realization that for every predator who was eventually caught, there were likely dozens of others who were still operating in the vast empty spaces of America, still hunting, still killing, still feeding bodies to the wilderness and the ruins and the abandoned places where no one thought to look. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit estimates that there are between 25 and 50 active serial killers operating in the United States at any given time. But this number only accounts for killers whose crimes have been recognized and linked by law enforcement. The true number of predators who use geography and infrastructure to conceal their activities may be much higher, hidden in the statistical noise of missing persons reports and unexplained disappearances that occur in America's forgotten places. These forgotten killers represent a different kind of evil than the celebrity murderers who dominate true crime media. They don't seek fame or recognition. They don't taunt police with letters or leave elaborate signatures at crime scenes. They kill quietly, efficiently, and invisibly, understanding that the most perfect crime is the one that is never recognized as a crime at all. Their stories serve as reminders that evil doesn't always announce itself with headlines and documentaries. Sometimes it operates in silence, in darkness, in places so remote that its existence is known only to the predators who hunt there and the victims who die there. They prove that the most dangerous killers are often the ones whose names we never learn, whose crimes we never solve, whose victims become statistics in missing persons files that gather dust in forgotten filing cabinets. In the end, these cases reveal something terrifying about the hidden geography of murder in America. They show us that in a country vast enough to contain millions of acres of uninhabited land, thousands of abandoned buildings, and countless miles of forgotten infrastructure, predators will always find places to hunt and spaces to hide their crimes. They remind us that civilization is thinner than we like to believe, and that in the empty places where law and order have retreated, different rules apply, rules written in blood and enforced by those who understand that in America's forgotten places, the only witnesses are the ones who never survive to testify. The compilation continues. But these stories alone reveal the scope of evil that operates beyond the reach of headlines and outside the boundaries of public awareness. They are the crimes that happen in the dark spaces between civilization and wilderness, in the forgotten corners where America hides its secrets and where predators can hunt without fear of discovery. They are the murders that remind us that monsters don't always live in our nightmares. Sometimes they live in the empty places where screams echo unheard and bodies disappear without trace, leaving behind only questions that will never be answered and names that will never be remembered. The pattern of forgotten predators extends into places most Americans never think about. The vast network of industrial facilities, storage complexes, and transportation hubs that keep the economy running but exist largely invisible to public consciousness. In these spaces, where security is focused on property rather than people, and where shift workers come and go without forming lasting relationships, killers have found opportunities that rival even the most remote wilderness areas. Consider the case of Walter Kimmel, who spent 8 years turning America's long-haul trucking industry into his personal hunting ground. Walter understood something that law enforcement was slow to recognize. The interstate highway system wasn't just a transportation network, it was a delivery system for murder, capable of moving victims hundreds of miles from kill sites and spreading evidence across multiple jurisdictions that rarely communicated effectively with each other. Walter was born in 1968 in Bakersfield, California, into a family that had been in the trucking business for 3 generations. His grandfather had driven produce from the Central Valley to markets across the Southwest. His father had expanded the operation to include cross-country freight hauling. Walter grew up believing that the open road was freedom itself, that a man with a truck and a commercial driver's license could go anywhere, be anyone, disappear into the vast network of highways that connected every corner of America. But Walter's relationship with trucking was complicated by something darker than wanderlust. By his early 20s, he had developed what he called his collection, a systematic gathering of people who caught his attention at truck stops, rest areas, and the countless anonymous places where the highway culture intersected with civilian life. His victims weren't other truckers who were part of a tight community that noticed when drivers went missing. Instead, Walter targeted the transient population that existed on the margins of truck stop culture: hitchhikers, lot lizards, runaway teenagers, and drifters who traded labor for rides. Walter's first kill happened at a truck stop outside Amarillo, Texas, where he encountered a 19-year-old runaway named Jessica, who was trying to get to Denver to escape what she described as family problems. Walter offered her a ride, a hot meal, and a place to sleep in his sleeper cab. Jessica was grateful, relieved to find someone who seemed safe and professional rather than predatory. The murder occurred 3 hours later at a rest area on a desolate stretch of Interstate 40, where Walter had stopped ostensibly to check his cargo. Jessica was sleeping in the truck's bunk when Walter used a tire thumper to crush her skull. Her body went into an empty shipping container that Walter was hauling to a distribution center in Oklahoma City, where it would be unloaded along with legitimate cargo and processed through an industrial system designed to handle thousands of containers without examining their contents closely. Walter discovered that the trucking industry was perfect for his purposes. He could pick up victims in one state, kill them in another, and dispose of bodies in a third, creating an investigative nightmare that would challenge law enforcement for years. His truck provided a mobile kill site that was completely private, soundproof enough that screams wouldn't be heard over engine noise, and equipped with tools that were standard equipment for any long haul driver, but deadly weapons in the right hands. The disposal methods Walter developed were sophisticated and nearly undetectable. Bodies went into shipping containers, cargo trailers, and freight cars that would carry them hundreds or thousands of miles from where the murders occurred. Some victims were processed through industrial facilities that Walter supplied with freight, meat packing plants, rendering facilities, chemical processing centers where human remains would be indistinguishable from industrial waste. Walter's hunting ground expanded as he developed relationships with dispatchers, freight brokers, and warehouse managers who could direct him to loads that would take him through areas where vulnerable targets were abundant. He began specializing in routes that connected major truck stops, rest areas, and freight terminals where the transient population was heaviest. His logbooks showed a pattern of deliveries that coincided with the disappearances of people whose absence went largely unnoticed. The killing spree continued for 8 years, with Walter claiming victims across 23 states. His truck became a mobile crime scene that was never in one place long enough to be thoroughly investigated. The bodies he left behind were scattered across the continent, processed through industrial systems that were designed for efficiency rather than scrutiny, reduced to statistical noise in missing persons databases that didn't share information across state lines. Walter's downfall came when he made the mistake of targeting someone who had connections to law enforcement. Linda Morrison was an off-duty highway patrol officer who was hitchhiking home after her car broke down near a truck stop in Nevada. She was out of uniform, carrying minimal identification, and looked like just another stranded motorist when Walter offered her a ride. But Linda was also armed, trained, and suspicious of anyone who seemed too eager to help a woman traveling alone. When Walter began driving away from the main highway toward a remote area where he usually disposed of bodies, Linda drew her service weapon and ordered him to return to the interstate. The confrontation escalated when Walter tried to disarm her, resulting in a shooting that left Walter wounded and Linda in control of a crime scene that would reveal the full scope of his activities. The investigation of Walter's truck revealed evidence linking him to disappearances across multiple states and years. His logbooks contained coded entries that corresponded to known missing persons cases. His sleeper cab had been modified with restraints, soundproofing, and cleanup equipment that served no legitimate trucking purpose. Most damning, his cargo areas contained traces of human DNA from victims whose remains had never been recovered. Walter Kimmel confessed to 47 murders during plea negotiations, though investigators believed the true number was higher. He had operated for years in an industry where drivers were expected to be independent, where loads moved constantly between jurisdictions, and where the focus was on cargo rather than the people transporting it. His case prompted changes in how law enforcement tracked interstate crimes, but it also revealed the vulnerability of America's transportation infrastructure to predators who understood how to exploit its blind spots. Walter was sentenced to life in prison without parole, where he spent his final years drawing maps of truck routes and disposal sites that investigators used to recover additional victims. He died in custody in 2021, taking with him the locations of bodies that remained scattered across the American landscape, processed through industrial systems that had unknowingly become participants in a decade-long murder spree. But Walter's case was just one example of how America's industrial infrastructure could enable serial killing. 1,500 miles east, in the petrochemical complex that stretched along Louisiana's Mississippi River, another predator was using the byproducts of oil refining to dispose of evidence in ways that would leave virtually no trace. The industrial corridor between Baton Rouge and New Orleans was known locally as Cancer Alley, a stretch of river bottom where oil companies had built refineries, chemical plants, and processing facilities that turned crude petroleum into the plastics, fuels, and synthetic materials that powered modern civilization. The plants operated around the clock, employing thousands of workers who moved between facilities on rotating shifts, creating a transient population that was perfect for someone with Walter's particular interests. Carl Broussard grew up in this landscape of pipes, towers, and flare stacks, where the air tasted like sulfur and the water ran rainbow colors from chemical runoff. His father had worked at the Exxon refinery for 37 years before dying of lung cancer at 59. His mother cleaned offices at the Shell chemical plant until emphysema forced her into early retirement. Carl understood that the industrial corridor was a place where people came to work, not to build communities, where shift schedules and safety regulations kept workers isolated from each other and suspicious of outsiders. Carl found work as a maintenance contractor, specializing in the cleaning and repair of industrial equipment at facilities throughout the petrochemical complex. His job required him to work in areas that were off limits to most employees: confined spaces, hazardous material storage areas, waste processing facilities where the byproducts of oil refining were treated and disposed of according to environmental regulations that were more theoretical than practical. Carl's first victim was a temporary worker named Miguel Santos, an undocumented immigrant who had been hired to clean storage tanks at a chemical facility near Geismar. Miguel was isolated, vulnerable, and completely dependent on his employer for both work and housing. He lived in a trailer park that catered to temporary workers, spoke limited English, and had no family in the United States who might notice his disappearance. Carl encountered Miguel during a routine maintenance project engaging him in conversation about the dangers of working with industrial chemicals. Miguel was grateful for advice from someone who seemed to understand the hazards that temporary workers faced, and he accepted Carl's offer to show him safety procedures that weren't covered in the minimal training that contract employees received. The murder occurred in a waste treatment facility where Carl had legitimate access, and Miguel's presence could be explained as part of a training exercise. Carl used hydrogen sulfide gas, a common byproduct of oil refining that was lethal in high concentrations and would leave minimal forensic evidence. Miguel's body was dissolved in a caustic waste stream that would reduce organic matter to its constituent chemicals within hours. Carl discovered that the petrochemical industry was perfect for disposing of human remains. The plants processed thousands of tons of organic waste every day, breaking down complex molecules into basic components that could be recycled or safely discharged. A human body introduced into these systems would be indistinguishable from industrial waste, processed through chemical reactions that would eliminate DNA, dental records, and any other evidence that could be used for identification. Over the next 6 years, Carl systematically hunted through the temporary workforce that supported Louisiana's petrochemical industry. His victims were almost exclusively immigrant workers who existed outside the formal employment system, people who were paid in cash and lived in housing that wasn't subject to regular inspection or oversight. They were expendable in the eyes of their employers, replaceable by other desperate workers who would accept dangerous jobs for minimal pay. Carl's killing method was refined through practice and professional knowledge. He used industrial chemicals that were available at every facility where he worked: hydrogen sulfide, chlorine gas, sulfuric acid, caustic solutions that could dissolve organic matter completely. The murders were quick and efficient, designed to look like industrial accidents in facilities where worker safety was subordinated to production quotas and profit margins. Body disposal was Carl's specialty. He had access to waste treatment systems, incinerators, and chemical processing equipment that could reduce human remains to basic elements. Some victims were dissolved in acid baths used for cleaning industrial equipment. Others were incinerated in furnaces that burned at temperatures high enough to eliminate bone and tooth enamel. A few were processed through biological waste treatment systems that used bacteria to break down organic matter into harmless byproducts. Carl's hunting ground expanded as he developed relationships with contractors, temp agencies, and facility managers who could provide him with information about workers who were isolated, undocumented, or otherwise vulnerable to predatory violence. He began targeting not just immigrants, but also American workers who were estranged from their families, struggling with addiction, or living in circumstances that made their disappearances unlikely to trigger serious investigations. These forgotten predators remind us that true evil rarely announces itself with press conferences or manifesto letters. It operates in silence, in shadows, in the vast empty spaces where America hides its secrets and buries its shame. From the abandoned factories of Detroit to the storm drains of Las Vegas, from the ghost towns of Colorado to the petrochemical plants of Louisiana, these killers understood something that law enforcement was slow to recognize: that in a country built on movement, isolation, and the endless pursuit of profit, there will always be places where screams can't be heard and bodies will never be found. Their victims shared a tragic commonality. They were the forgotten, the disposable, the invisible people who existed in the margins of a society that had already written them off. And perhaps that's the most terrifying truth of all. Not that monsters walk among us, but that they hunt in the places we've chosen not to see, claiming lives we've decided don't matter, leaving behind only silence and the endless, unanswered question of how many others are still out there, still hunting, still feeding bodies to America's forgotten places, where the only witnesses are the ones who never survived to tell their stories.